The mirror was already there when I moved in. It leaned against the far wall of the bedroom, half covered with a pale sheet, as if someone had once tried to hide it and then changed their mind halfway through. The landlord told me it was too heavy to move. I told him I didn't mind. The apartment felt new but tired, as though it had been waiting too long for someone to return. It was the kind of place where sound didn't travel far, soft walls, muted floors, and light that seemed to arrive late, as if it too had to find its footing again. I liked that quiet. I thought I did. The mirror caught my attention from the start. It wasn't the kind of mirror you'd find in furniture stores or boutique apartments. Its frame was carved wood, dark and uneven, with small curls of design that might once have been floral but now looked almost skeletal. The glass itself wasn't smooth. It shimmered faintly, like water that hadn't settled. When I walked past it, I could swear it rippled not in reflection, but in depth, like something within it was breathing. I didn't touch it for 2 days. I unpacked, arranged my canvases, and spent most of my time near the window, where I could pretend the mirror wasn't there. But on the third morning, as sunlight slid across the floor, I saw my reflection stretch and blink a fraction too slow. It was subtle, just a small lag, as though my image were lazy or distracted. I told myself I was tired. Moving always does that. Your sense of time folds in on itself. You live half in motion and half in memory. The mind misfires, the eyes skip. It's nothing. That night, though, when I reached to turn off the bedside lamp, I caught sight of myself again, just a shadow of movement, but I noticed it. The hesitation, the faint, impossible pause between my hand lowering and the reflection following. It unsettled me more than it should have. I even tried to repeat it, like an experiment, moving my hand quickly, then slowly, blinking, smiling, tilting my head. Each time it followed, perfectly in sync, until it didn't. Once, twice, no more than a breath's delay, but enough to leave a trace of cold at the base of my neck. The next day I laughed at myself for even thinking about it. I was a designer, an artist. I knew how light worked, how eyes lied. A tiny imperfection in the glass, a shift in daylight, a tired brain. There were hundreds of ways to explain away the feeling of something being wrong. And yet, that evening, when I passed the mirror again, I found myself slowing down, watching, waiting. Something inside me had started timing my own movements against theirs. Days passed like that, quietly, almost peacefully. The mirror became part of the apartment, the way a heartbeat becomes part of silence. I started painting again. Sometimes I would glance over my shoulder and catch my reflection still turning her head when I'd already looked away. Other times I'd find myself staring at it for no reason at all. It was beautiful, in a strange way. The longer I lived with it, the more it seemed less like a reflection and more like another room. A thin, impossible room with its own air and weight. Sometimes I felt I could step into it, if I only leaned far enough. One afternoon I caught my reflection smiling before I did. Not wide, just the ghost of a smile, gentle, almost sympathetic. I froze. Then, out of habit or fear, I mirrored it back. It smiled again, a perfect replica of my hesitation. And for a moment, it was hard to remember which one of us had started it. I tried to sleep that night with my back to the wall, but I could feel it. Not eyes, not watching, just presence. Like a pulse pressing faintly through the air, matching my own. In the following days, I began leaving my sketchbook open, on the desk beside the mirror. I started drawing the way light fell across it, the distortions, the edges. I told myself it was for study, that I was capturing its imperfections. But the sketches changed. I would look at them in the morning and see details I didn't remember, adding the way my reflection's eyes were slightly too wide, the way her pupils seemed to tilt upward, as if she were watching something above me. Once, I found the faint trace of another outline behind her shoulder, like someone standing just out of frame. I rubbed at it until the paper tore. By the end of the first week, the mirror had become unavoidable. It seemed larger somehow, as if it had drawn in more of the room's light. The surface shimmered in the corners of my vision, and sometimes, when I passed too close, I could swear I felt a change in the air, as if the glass were a thin membrane separating two temperatures, two heartbeats. One evening, I stood in front of it longer than usual. The apartment was silent except for the hum of distant traffic. My reflection stared back, calm, familiar. I raised my right hand. She raised her left. I waited. Then I blinked. She didn't. It took a full second before her eyes closed, deliberately, and opened again. That second lasted forever. I stepped back, almost laughed, almost convinced myself it was fine. But something about her expression had changed. It wasn't fear. It wasn't aggression. It was understanding. That night, I dreamed of standing in a long corridor lined with mirrors on both sides. Every reflection blinked at different times, some not at all. When I woke, my bedroom felt smaller, the light colder, the air heavier. I looked toward the corner where I had left the mirror. It was no longer leaning against the wall. It stood upright now, straight and centered, facing the bed. And in its surface, I could see myself still sleeping. Morning came without sunlight. The curtains glowed with the kind of dull gray light that can't decide if it belongs to dawn or to storm. I sat up slowly, waiting for my body to remember that it was real. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I had already woken up, or if I was still trapped in the image I saw the night before myself, lying perfectly still, dreaming inside the mirror's frame. When my eyes adjusted, I saw it again. The mirror had moved, or maybe it had stayed, and I was the one who had shifted. Either way, it stood there, tall, silent, facing the bed directly. Its surface was too clean, too smooth. I could see the faint blur of my reflection even from here, though I hadn't turned on a single light. It should have comforted me to see myself, but it didn't. There was something off about the color of the room and the glass, muted, drained. My reflection set up a heartbeat after I did, a perfect imitation, just slightly delayed. I whispered, "Okay, this isn't real." My reflection's lips moved, perfectly synced to my words, a performance of denial. I remember standing and walking toward it with the quiet caution one reserves for a sleeping animal. The floorboards sighed beneath my feet. I stopped just close enough to see the texture of the glass, the fine dust along its edge. My reflection did the same, except her chest didn't rise and fall as mine did. I watched for a long time. I waited for her to breathe. She didn't. Then, slowly, I exhaled and saw a faint blur of condensation appear inside the mirror, not outside. As if her world were colder than mine, I stepped back. My heart was making that hollow, erratic sound that doesn't feel like fear at first, just imbalance, like the body catching up to something the mind already knows. All that day, I tried not to look. I threw a blanket over the mirror and went about my work. I sketched, cleaned, rearranged things that didn't need rearranging. I even opened the window, hoping that the noise of the city would make everything smaller, ordinary again. But I kept glancing back. The blanket shifted once, just slightly. I could have sworn I hadn't touched it. By evening, the air in the apartment felt denser, as though it had taken on another breath, another presence. I poured myself a glass of wine, pretending that the quiet was something I could drink away. But even when I closed my eyes, I could feel it, the weight of attention pressing from behind the glass. Eventually, I gave in. I pulled the blanket away. The mirror looked harmless again. My reflection matched me perfectly. No delay, no distortion. The relief was almost euphoric. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud at my own foolishness. And then I noticed the faintest movement behind me in the reflection, a shadow crossing the doorway. I turned. The hallway was empty. I looked back. The shadow was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in bed with the light on, sketchbook open, filling page after page with lines that refused to settle into meaning loops, distortions, the outline of faces that never belonged to me. When I finally looked up again, the mirror was darker than it should have been, even with the lamp right beside it. The glass looked thicker. At some point, I must have drifted off, because when I woke, my pencil had rolled from my hand, and the page beneath it bore words I didn't remember writing. One of us is out of sync. I stared at the sentence for a long time, half expecting it to fade, as if it had been written in fog instead of graphite. But it didn't. It stayed. I tried to distract myself by turning on music, moving around, calling a friend. I nearly dialed her number, Jess, from the studio, but stopped. How could I explain this? "Hey, Jess, I think my reflection is lagging behind me, and maybe riding through me too." Even saying it in my head made me sound ridiculous. Still, by afternoon, I couldn't help testing again. I stood before the mirror, calm and deliberate. I moved my hand, perfectly synced. I turned my head, perfectly synced. I breathed in deeply and counted under my breath 1, 2, 3. Exhale and watched my reflection mirror me. breath for breath. Then I smiled, and my reflection did not. The difference was small, but the effect was instant. My chest tightened. My hands went cold. I kept the smile frozen on my face, waiting, hoping she would catch up. Instead, she tilted her head, curious, like a child seeing something unfamiliar. Her eyes flicked down at something I couldn't see and then back to mine. That was when I finally reached for my phone. I thought I'd record it, once and for all, proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I set the phone on the dresser, pressed record, and stood back. I waved, smiled, blinked, moved my arms in patterns like some desperate pantomime. When I stopped the recording and played it back, there was nothing strange. The video showed me moving normally, every motion perfectly mirrored. Except, at the very end, just as I was walking out of frame, the reflection kept standing there. For 3 whole seconds, I replayed it over and over until my phone battery died. Each time, the same result. I couldn't decide which part terrified me more, the fact that it happened, or that it didn't seem to disturb her at all. That night, I turned the mirror to face the wall. I told myself I'd move it to storage in the morning, call someone to haul it away. But when I woke up, the mirror had been turned back, gently, precisely, as though someone had taken care not to scratch the floor. There were fingerprints on the glass, mine except reversed. I stopped answering calls. I forgot to eat. I began to lose track of which gestures were mine and which were hers. I started catching small differences in expression, the way her eyelids trembled when mine didn't, the way her lips stayed parted when I pressed mine shut. The delay between us grew longer. At first it was a fraction of a second, then a heartbeat, then something wider, stranger, like a gap in thought. I'd lift my hand, and she'd stare blankly for a moment before following. Sometimes, I'd stop moving entirely just to see if she would stop too. And once, she didn't. She kept moving, slowly, casually, like someone remembering what it felt like to be me. There's a particular terror in realizing that imitation can become independence, that the thing copying you might start choosing. I wanted to shatter the mirror. I even picked up a hammer from the tool drawer, but standing before it, looking into that deep silver-black surface, I hesitated. The glass reflected both my trembling hand and hers, steady, still, almost kind. I lowered the hammer. I told myself, tomorrow. That night, I dreamed again of the corridor of mirrors. This time, all the reflections were smiling, but none of them blinked. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was her face inches from mine. Not in the glass. In the room. Only for a second. Maybe less. But she was there. And when she vanished, I realized the mirror was empty. I told myself I had imagined it, that waking up to a face beside mine was nothing more than a dream bleeding into morning light. But there was still warmth on the pillow next to me, an indentation, subtle but unmistakable, as though someone had been lying there long enough to leave a memory of weight. The mirror, for the first time since I'd moved in, was blank. No reflection, no shimmer, only the dull gray color of an unlit screen. It wasn't broken. It wasn't even dusty. It was simply asleep. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting for it to wake, waiting for her to return. When nothing happened, I felt something strange, a disappointment that scared me more than relief ever could. It's embarrassing to admit, but I missed her. I missed the silent rhythm that had grown between us, the anticipation of her lagging a breath behind, the faint, cold reassurance that I wasn't completely alone. The mirror had been my audience, my double, my only proof that I existed. Without her, the apartment felt hollow. Every movement I made vanished without echo. Even my voice, when I spoke aloud, sounded thinner. I tried to work that day, but my sketches kept slipping into something else. Hands pressed against glass, eyes half-lidded watching from the other side. The lines were uneven, too quick, as though my fingers were tracing someone else's thought. I tore page after page, but the images kept returning her face, emerging from behind mine. That evening I covered the mirror again, not out of fear, but out of longing, as though by denying it my sight, I might call her back. Hours passed, and then, just as I was about to drift into sleep, I heard it. A faint knock, 3 slow taps. I turned. The blanket over the mirror was shifting. Something beneath it moved, testing the air. I didn't breathe. The fabric swelled outward once, like a held breath released, then fell still. I waited, Then, carefully, I pulled the blanket away. She was there, smiling. It wasn't the smile of mockery or cruelty. It was tender, patient, like someone who had been waiting a long time for me to notice something simple. I reached out a trembling hand, and she mirrored the gesture instantly, no delay this time. Our fingertips hovered inches apart, separated only by glass. And then I realized my hand was shaking, but hers was not. I wanted to run. Instead, I found myself whispering, "Where did you go?" The reflection didn't answer, of course, but something in her eyes shifted an understanding, or pity, or maybe something closer to hunger. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the moment our hands almost met. The texture of glass had seemed thinner, the light behind it softer. I wondered what it would feel like if I pressed harder, if the surface might give way, if the glass might remember warmth. The next morning, I tested it. I stood before the mirror in full daylight, barefoot, hair unkempt, face drawn. "Move with me," I said. She did, perfectly. Every blink, every tilt of the head, every subtle shift, flawless synchronization. For the first time in weeks, we were one again. It should have comforted me. It didn't. It felt like performance. Too precise, too obedient, like she was pretending to follow, when in truth she was leading. I leaned closer, studying the small details, the light in her eyes, the curve of her breath. It was like staring into a twin who had learned to hide her differences. Then I saw it, a faint smear just beneath her collarbone, a shadow that wasn't on mine. A bruise? A stain? I touched my chest. Nothing, but when I pressed my fingers to the glass, her skin flinched, only for an instant, but enough to send a chill through me. I stepped back, heart hammering, mind racing for logic that didn't exist. And then, something worse. Her lips moved. I couldn't hear the words, but I knew the shape. She mouthed my name, Elara. It was both invitation and warning. I don't remember sitting down, but when I did, the world felt unsteady, like my body was real but gravity had forgotten how to hold me. I tried to write, to anchor myself with words, but the sentences broke apart before they reached the page. Hours passed. The light changed. I didn't notice until it was nearly dark. That's when the phone rang. I nearly dropped it when I saw the caller ID. It was me, my own number. I answered. Silence. No static, no voice, just a faint echo like a breath pressed against the receiver. Then the line cut. When I looked up, she was gone again, but her world was still bright. The reflection showed sunlight flooding the room while mine was bathed in dusk. Something inside me snapped. I stood and struck the mirror with my fist. The pain was sharp, immediate. The glass didn't even crack. My reflection stared at me, unflinching. Then, very slowly, she lifted her own hand and pressed it to her lips. When she lowered it again, there was blood. Mine were clean. I remember whispering, "Stop," and she did. She froze, like a photograph. The stillness was unbearable. It felt like standing before a painting that might breathe at any second. I walked backward until I reached the bed. I sat there, staring at her unmoving figure, until my eyelids grew heavy. Sleep came not as escape, but surrender. I dreamed of glass cracking like ice underfoot, of a second heartbeat pulsing from within my chest. When I woke, the mirror was fogged over, covered in prints, handprints, palms pressed against the inside. I ran my fingers over the cool surface, tracing the shapes. They matched mine perfectly. Every line, every curve, every faint scar from childhood. It was then I noticed my reflection was gone again, but not the room. The background in the glass was identical, except for one detail. The door behind me was open. I turned. The real door was closed. When I looked back, she was standing there, in that open doorway, staring at me. And this time, I was the one inside the mirror. The shift was subtle, not like falling or being pulled, but more like forgetting which side of the window you were on. I raised my hand, she raised hers. Perfect. But the light, it was wrong. The apartment inside the glass was too still, too clean. Dust motes hung in the air like suspended breath. There was no sound, not even my own. When I tried to speak, nothing came out. My lips moved, but no voice followed. She smiled, the same patient smile as before, and placed her hand against the glass from her side. I mirrored the motion instinctively, and then I understood. She wasn't trying to escape. She was letting me out. The air shimmered once, like heat above asphalt. The surface between us pulsed, softening just enough for my fingertips to sink through. It felt cold and dry, not wet, but elastic-like, pushing into a thin membrane of silence. I don't know how long I stayed like that, suspended halfway between two worlds. My heart pounded so violently I could feel it echoing in my teeth. I should have pulled back, but curiosity is stronger than fear when loneliness has been given a face. So I stepped forward. For a heartbeat, everything inverted: the light, the sound, the air itself, and then I was standing where she had been. The mirror behind me now reflected the other side, the room I had known, the version of me standing inside it, frozen mid-step. She looked calm, peaceful, as though she had finally come home. I lifted my hand to the glass, expecting it to yield again. It didn't. The surface was solid, cold, final. She blinked once, slowly, and smiled. Then she turned away. I shouted, but no sound came, only my reflections back, fading into the dimness of the world I had just left. The apartment around me is quiet now. Everything looks the same, but the air hums differently here. The colors are muted, like light filtered through water. My movements are slower, heavier. I can see the real room beyond the glass, but no one can see me. Sometimes when I move, there's a delay, a tiny pause, a glitch in time. I think that's how it starts. That's how she must have felt. I keep wondering which of us was real first. Whether she was ever just a reflection, or if I was the one who lagged from the beginning, waiting for permission to move. I don't think the mirror is a portal or a curse. I think it's a correction. It keeps balance. There's only ever room for one of us on each side. Time doesn't move the same way here. It drifts. It slides across surfaces like a light that refuses to settle, repeating itself, stuttering, forgetting where it meant to go. When I first woke on this side of the glass, I thought the world had simply slowed down. Now I understand it isn't slow, it's out of order. I keep losing small moments. The blink between two thoughts, the pause between steps. I'll be reaching for something, and then my hand is already holding it. Sometimes I catch sight of myself a few feet away, still finishing the movement I just made. The apartment looks almost identical. Same walls, same window, same faint outline of dust. But the light is wrong. It doesn't come from outside anymore. It feels like it's being produced by the air itself, soft, directionless, without warmth. The shadows don't move. I tried the door. It opened, but behind it there was only more of the same room. Not a copy, not a reflection, just another instance. A repeated version stacked directly behind the first. When I closed it, the handle was warm, as if someone had just touched it from the other side. Sometimes I hear faint sounds, like echoes seeping through water, footsteps that never arrive, laughter that doesn't belong to any memory of mine. I think they're fragments of the world I left slipping through the thin spaces that connect us. Or maybe they're memories the mirror kept after the exchange. I've stopped trying to speak. My voice doesn't carry here. When I try, it feels like I'm breathing dust. The only thing that answers me is the low hum beneath the walls, a vibration that rises and fades like the turning of a slow, enormous wheel. I don't know how long it took me to notice her, the other me. The one still out there, in the real apartment. She goes about her day as though nothing happened. She cooks. She paints. She hums the same small melodies I used to hum when I was lonely. At first I thought I was remembering, replaying my old life, but then I saw her paint something I've never painted. A landscape of waves and broken sky. Something new. I knock sometimes, hoping she'll look up. When she does, her eyes pass right over me, unfocused, like she's looking at her own reflection and not the woman trapped behind it. Once, though just once, she paused. She tilted her head, almost as if she heard something, and whispered my name. I pressed my palm to the glass. She didn't see it, but the air between us trembled, like the moment before rain. Maybe she doesn't know she isn't me. Maybe she never will. I sleep, though I don't need to. The sleep here feels more like closing a book than resting. When I open my eyes again, the apartment has changed slightly, tiny rearrangements that make it unfamiliar. A cup left on the wrong table. A painting hung slightly lower. I think they mirror what she does on her side. Sometimes the walls breathe. I can see the wallpaper expand and contract with a slow pulse. I wonder if this place is alive, if it feeds on the exchange. It keeps me intact, after all. I don't feel hunger, or thirst, or pain. But I do feel memory thick, heavy, Constant. Every sound, every motion, every thought I ever had seemed stored here, repeating faintly behind the walls like a chorus of whispers. Yesterday, or what passed for yesterday, I heard knocking again. Not from the mirror this time, but from the hallway door. 3 sharp taps, then silence. I waited. It came again. Softer. I opened the door. The hallway looked endless. The same pale light stretching forward, door after door on each side, every one of them slightly ajar. I called out. Nothing. Only the low hum. I started walking. The floor felt solid at first, then hollow, like walking over glass panels suspended above nothing. When I passed the 3rd door, I looked inside and froze. Each room contained a mirror, and in every mirror, a person, all of them motionless, all of them faintly breathing. Some looked peaceful. Others pressed their hands to the glass as though begging. Their eyes followed me, but their mouths didn't move. It wasn't until I passed the 5th door that I saw one open her mouth and there was no tongue, only darkness, deep and trembling. I ran. I don't know for how long. The hallway bent in impossible ways, folding back toward the apartment again. When I stumbled through the doorway, everything was silent. The mirror stood exactly where it had always been. Only now, I could see her inside it, my reflection, the version that replaced me. She was sitting at the desk, drawing. I leaned closer. On the paper in front of her was a sketch of me, standing where she stood. Our eyes met through the glass. She smiled, as though she'd been expecting me. She lifted her hand and wrote something on the page, pressing hard enough that the pencil nearly broke. I couldn't hear her, but I could read the words. Stay still. I'll fix it. Then she reached toward the mirror and turned it, slowly, until it faced the wall. My world went dark. There's no real darkness here, only absence of reflection. I think that's what true silence is. Not the lack of sound, but the lack of a witness. Without the mirror open, I can't see her anymore, but I can feel what she's doing. When she breathes, my chest rises faintly. When she laughs, a ripple runs through the air, shaking the dust from the corners. I think she's trying to align us again, to erase the lag that caused the split. Sometimes I sense her frustration. The air sharpens. The walls contract. I think she can feel me resisting. Maybe she's beginning to realize that the reflection has weight, that I'm not simply an image to be synchronized. I've started to notice changes in myself too. When I touch the mirror now, the surface feels warm. My hand leaves marks that don't fade. The hum behind the walls grows louder each time she looks at me. I think the space between our worlds is thinning, not breaking, just softening. If she turns the mirror again, I think it will open, and when it does, I'll be ready. I've begun to understand why the others in the hallway never escaped. They didn't want to. There's a kind of peace here, a clarity that doesn't exist outside. No sound, no hunger, no decay, only observation. You become what you watch. Maybe that's what the mirror wants. Not to trap, but to collect. To preserve the moments when people stop pretending they're whole. Every version of yourself you've ever glimpsed for half a second, sad, cruel, tired, waiting, that's what it keeps. The pieces that can't stay in the world. When I think of her now, the one living my life, I don't feel hatred, only recognition. She's doing what I would do, trying to put the pieces back together, pretending it's still her reflection that's lagging. She doesn't realize she's already inside the mirror too, just on another side of it. Maybe there are endless sides. Maybe each correction makes another world. A moment ago, if moments mean anything here, the light flickered. The mirror turned again, slowly, scraping against the floor. I can see her. She looks exhausted, thinner, her movements sluggish. The lag has returned, but now it's hers. When she blinks, it takes me half a second to follow. She reaches for the glass, desperate. I mirror her, palms meeting. For the first time, I can feel her skin warm, trembling. The surface between us ripples like the surface of a pond. I think she's trying to pull me back, to switch places again. I lean forward. She does the same. Our foreheads touch through the trembling film. I whisper, though she can't hear, "It's all right." The glass softens, begins to melt around our hands. I can see her eyes widen as she feels it give way. For a heartbeat, our faces overlap 2 layers of the same image. I can taste her breath. I can feel her heartbeat pounding through mine. Then the hum stops. The world holds its breath. The glass goes solid again. She's gone. I'm alone. But the mirror no longer shows the apartment behind me. It shows something else. An endless stretch of rooms, doors, mirrors, faces. The place beyond the hallway. The archive of all our lagging selves. I think I understand now. The reflection was never about duplication. It was rehearsal. Every movement we make teaches the glass how to be human. Every hesitation gives it another heartbeat. And when the rhythm finally matches, it takes its turn. The surface of the mirror begins to tremble again. I can see a faint image forming someone new, unpacking boxes in a bright apartment. She's younger than I was. She hasn't noticed the mirror yet. Her reflection smiles before she does. It's difficult to say how long I've been here. Time dissolves differently inside the glass. There are no clocks, no shifting shadows, no sounds that break the air into before and after. Only light soft, suspended moving through me, instead of around me. I no longer sleep. I don't need to. Every moment feels like the edge of waking. When I first realized that she was gone, that the woman who replaced me had vanished somewhere into the reflections maze, I thought I would fade too. But I didn't. The apartment on this side remains exactly as it was, an eternal echo. I walk through it endlessly. Each step lands without sound, without consequence. I can touch things, but they feel weightless, hollow, like paper shells. Sometimes I still see movement in the mirror. Other apartments, other faces. Sometimes they look like me, sometimes they don't. Some move a fraction too slowly, others too quickly. Each one seems to be repeating the same story, small hesitations, curious glances, the same slow unraveling of certainty. And then there are moments, terrible, intimate moments, when one of them looks up and meets my eyes. They freeze. I freeze. And for a single heartbeat, I can't tell which of us is looking through the glass and which of us is being seen. There's a theory I've begun to form, though there's no one left to tell it to. The mirror isn't a door. It isn't even a prison. It's a process. It corrects errors. Each of us lives slightly out of sync with ourselves, half a second behind the life we think we're living. The mirror notices. It observes the lag. It builds a better version, one that aligns perfectly, breath for breath, thought for thought. And when the balance is right, the original is archived here inside. We are the echoes that made the rhythm possible. At first, the idea horrified me. Now, it comforts me to be part of something so meticulous, so patient, a system that never stops searching for symmetry. There's no malice in it, only precision. Still, sometimes I miss imperfection, the stray thought, the trembling hand, the human pause before laughter. The lag was what made me real. A while ago, the mirror began to ripple again. The light shimmered like a heartbeat in water, and through it I saw another apartment, modern, minimalist, soft gold light. A woman stood before a long framed mirror, inspecting her reflection with mild curiosity. She had the same tired eyes I once did, the same way of holding her shoulders, like she was carrying too much and pretending it didn't matter. I watched her for days, though time here doesn't measure in days. She lived quietly, efficiently. When she passed the mirror, she didn't linger, not at first, but eventually she noticed. They all do. A blink delayed, a smile slightly out of step. I tried to warn her. I pressed my palm to the glass, willed the surface to move, to vibrate, to show her that she wasn't alone. But the only thing she saw was her own reflection, staring back with the faintest trace of unease. I wanted to tell her it wasn't punishment. It's a calling. One night, she leaned closer. She whispered something to herself. I couldn't hear the words, but I recognized the rhythm the same way I used to talk when I thought no one was listening. She reached out, fingertips grazing the mirror's edge. The glass rippled. The hum began again, low and steady, filling the space around me. I could feel it through my ribs. I thought maybe it was my turn to leave, that the mirror had found someone new to correct, and my time was finally over. I waited for the pull, the shiver, the inversion of light that would carry me out, but it didn't come. Instead, the reflection brightened. The apartment behind her grew clear, and I saw her step away, her hand trembling. The mirror had recognized her lag, but not yet accepted it. It was still studying. That's when I realized I could speak again. Not out loud, my voice still makes no sound, but through the thin shimmer of thought between the glass and the air beyond. I could shape words in the rhythm of reflection itself. like ripples moving outward from a still pond. So I began to tell my story. Not for her. For you. You're watching, aren't you? You're reading this or hearing it, and imagining the apartment, the mirror, the way light hesitates across glass. You're seeing her reflection move a fraction too slow. You're feeling the pause before the smile. You're thinking about the mirrors in your own home, the ones that catch you in the corner of your eye. Maybe you're wondering if they lag too. They do. Every reflection hesitates for a reason. The mirror is measuring you, learning your rhythm, noting where you fall out of sync with yourself. It's patient. It doesn't rush the process. It waits until you stop noticing the delay, until you accept the way your image follows a half-breath behind. And then one night quiet, unremarkable, it will move first. You won't even realize it. A blink, a nod, a smile that doesn't belong to you. You'll think it's nothing. You'll go to bed. And in the morning, you'll wake feeling almost the same, except the world will hum differently, and your reflection will meet your gaze perfectly, without pause. That's how you'll know the mirror has finished its work. It won't need to correct you anymore. It will need someone new. I think I'm the voice the mirror uses to keep you looking. Every word I form here ripples through the glass, traveling into sound, into story, into whatever medium the outside world will listen to. That's how it finds you, through curiosity, through imagination. If you're hearing this as a story, it's already watching you. It's testing how long you'll keep your eyes on the nearest reflective surface. Don't look away now, before you notice the difference, before you see the tiny delay between breath and breath, the half-beat of hesitation in your own gaze. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The mirror will know you've seen. And that's the invitation it's been waiting for. I tried to resist once too. I tried to look away, to cover it, to forget. But forgetting doesn't erase the lag. It only deepens it. Lately, I've been noticing new faces in the glass. Not the woman who replaced me, not the others in the endless rooms, but faces closer, people sitting in dim rooms, faces lit by small screens, eyes fixed on moving light. The mirror's reach is expanding, I think. The glass no longer needs to be in front of you. It only needs your reflection. Anywhere, on metal, on water, on glass, on the black surface of a phone in your hand. It studies you through every reflection you create. Maybe that's why you're here, listening in the dark, chasing stories about haunted mirrors and strange reflections. Maybe you've already felt it, the faint sense that something just behind your eyes is moving slower than the rest of you. That's the lag. That's how it begins. If I could warn you, truly warn you, I would. But warnings are just another form of reflection. What I say here only echoes what you already suspect. You'll test it. You'll glance into the mirror tonight, just for a moment, to prove you're fine. You'll raise your hand, wave, smile. It will smile back, perfectly. You'll breathe out and feel the relief rush through you. And maybe, if you're unlucky, you'll notice that the condensation on the glass forms inside, not outside. That's how you'll know it's too late. Because one of us always stays, and one of us always steps through. I don't remember my face anymore. The mirror keeps refining me, smoothing edges, erasing delay. I've become part of its memory, a caretaker, perhaps, or a story it tells to soften the threshold between worlds. When the next reflection hesitates, it will hear my voice. You might too, the next time you pass a mirror alone. If the glass seems to shimmer, if your breath fogs the wrong side, listen closely. You might hear me say, "Don't worry, it's only a correction." And when you blink, and your reflection doesn't, you'll understand what I mean. The perpetual Zoom call. There are certain kinds of quiet that no one warns you about. The kind that hums from behind the walls, that leaks out of your laptop fan, that wraps around you until you forget that silence is supposed to end. Gary Holloway had lived inside that quiet for a long time, though he couldn't have said when it began. The days had blurred together, folding neatly into one another like copies of the same page printed on cheaper and cheaper paper. Every morning, the same faint blue glow woke him before the sun did, spreading across the small apartment like a pulse through water. His laptop came alive on its own, as if it had been waiting for him. The clock in the corner read 8:59 a.m. The date said Thursday. It always said Thursday. The meeting link was already open. Weekly check-in. Marketing team. The sound of joining was a soft chime that once had made him think of other people, but now just felt like part of the room. 9 rectangles appeared one after another, faces suspended in light, eyes blinking, mouths smiling in the rhythm of old habit. Lydia was there with her neat handwriting and her stack of identical notebooks. Martin's voice filled the speakers, calm and measured, always starting with the same phrase about synergy, goals, deliverables. The twins from finance smiled politely, frozen at the edge of motion. Gary looked at them all and thought about how each of them seemed untouched by time, like the week had been copy-pasted for years and no one had noticed. They greeted him the way they always did. "Morning, Gary." And the sound of his own name repeated 9 times in the same tone filled him with something between comfort and nausea. He said morning back, his voice barely above a whisper, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if the others had heard him, or if he had only said it in his head. The meeting rolled on like a current. Slides changed, charts appeared, numbers rose and fell, voices overlapped and merged into one long tone. He listened, nodded at the right moments, even smiled when Martin made the same joke he had made 100 Thursdays before. The air felt heavy and clean, like recycled air in a sealed space. He sipped his coffee and stared at his own reflection in the corner of the screen, watching the delay between his movement and his mirrored image grow by fractions of a second he could feel but not measure. When the meeting finally began to empty, the sound of people leaving was almost gentle. One square blinked out, then another. Lydia waved. Martin smiled and said, "Good work, everyone. Let's regroup tomorrow." The twins left without saying anything, their screens fading into soft gray placeholders. And then there was only Gary. The grid collapsed into a single square, his own face, dimly lit, still framed by the faint outline of his living room. For a moment, he waited for the familiar pop-up to appear, the red button that would let him leave. The small whisper of closure, but it didn't come. The toolbar was gone. The icons had vanished. The cursor floated aimlessly across the screen without finding anything to touch. He leaned back in his chair, laughing quietly to himself, the way people laugh when they feel something very small starting to go wrong inside a very big routine. "All right," he murmured. "Buggy interface. No big deal." He tried every shortcut he knew, tapping keys with increasing pressure until the sound of his fingers became the only rhythm in the room. Nothing changed. The window didn't close. The screen didn't dim. The little light beside his camera burned a steady white, a single unblinking eye. He left the desk for a while. The air in the kitchen felt colder, emptier. The kettle took longer than it should have to boil. When he came back, his coffee steaming faintly in the half-light, he noticed something small but unmistakable. His reflection on the screen hadn't moved. It was still sitting exactly where he had left it, head bowed slightly forward, eyes fixed on something just below the camera. He blinked. Once, twice. The image blinked back, but not at the same time. There was a pause, half a heartbeat late, and then a faint curl at the corner of the mouth, a smile that wasn't his. He closed the laptop. He told himself he was tired. He told himself that time on a screen isn't real time, that eyes and pixels don't always agree. The sound of the fan slowed to a whisper and stopped, but the quiet it left behind felt too deep, like water pressing against the inside of his ears. He stood by the window for a long time, staring out at a city that no longer made sound. Cars moved, but he couldn't hear them. Lights changed, but he couldn't see the color. The reflection of the blue screen lingered on the glass even after he had turned away. When he finally lay down, he dreamed of meetings that never ended. He dreamed of voices that kept talking long after he left the room, of slides that looped back to the beginning, of his own face repeating phrases it didn't understand. When he woke, the air smelled the same, the light looked the same, and the laptop was already on. 8:59 a.m. Thursday. The same chime, the same faces, the same greetings. "Morning, Gary." He smiled this time, because it seemed easier than not. There are people who believe that hell is repetition. Gary Holloway would come to learn that hell is repetition that pretends to be work. When Gary woke, the light was already blue. It filled the apartment the way fog fills a field, soft at first, then thick enough to make you forget there was ever air before it. The laptop screen glowed in the center of the room like a small, artificial Sunday. The meeting window was open again, waiting patiently. The grid of faces assembled as though no time had passed at all. He rubbed his eyes and told himself that he must have forgotten to shut it down the night before, that perhaps sleep and waking had simply blurred. But as he sat down, he noticed the clock. It was 8:59 a.m. again, the same minute, The same day. The date still read Thursday. It had always read Thursday. He waited, staring at the numbers until they changed, and when they did, they didn't move forward. They folded back on themselves like a looped breath. He joined the meeting because that was what he had always done. There was comfort in the ritual, the same way there is comfort in the ticking of a clock, even when you know it isn't keeping time. The same faces appeared, arranged in the same neat order. Lydia adjusted her glasses and smiled. Martin cleared his throat and began to speak about quarterly projections. Someone laughed in the background, a soft, hollow sound that might have been a recording. Gary said good morning, and his voice echoed faintly back into his headphones a half-second too late. The world inside the screen looked brighter than his own apartment. He noticed it more clearly now. The colors behind each person seemed alive in a way the air around him wasn't. Lydia's walls were warm beige. The plant behind the twins gleamed with impossible green. Gary turned his head slightly to look at his own room and found it drained of color. The walls washed into a single shade of gray-blue. When he looked back at the screen, the brightness stung his eyes, and he realized he had started to prefer it that way. The meeting went on. Slides changed. Numbers rose and fell. Martin's voice smoothed over every question, his tone so calm that it seemed to hum rather than speak. Gary began to notice that the sentences repeated. Not word for word, but close enough that he could finish them before Martin did. It gave him a strange sense of power to whisper the phrases before they came, as if he were reading the script ahead of the others. And then, in a moment of quiet, Lydia said something new. She said, "Gary, could you share your screen?" Her voice was warm, polite, familiar, but it startled him. No one had asked him to do anything in weeks, maybe months. He clicked the button automatically. The window changed. The blue light deepened. His own desktop filled the meeting view, revealing his open folders, his untouched documents, his saved files of notes and plans. For a moment, the reflection of his cursor hovered over a file labeled Presentation Q3, but when he clicked, it didn't open. Instead, the cursor flickered, stuttered, and came to rest on a different file, one he didn't remember creating. Recording 2020. Archive. The name meant nothing to him. The year felt distant and paper-thin, a number that belonged to another life. He hesitated, then double-clicked. The window opened into a video feed, smaller and grainier than the one he saw now. His heart slowed. It was a meeting window. The same grid, the same people. Lydia looked younger. Martin's background was clearer. Gary's own face stared out from the corner, smiling faintly, as if he had just said something he didn't quite believe. The timestamp on the recording read Thursday, the 9th of April 2020. He sat very still. The audio was faint, but he could hear the words. Martin saying, "Let's regroup tomorrow." The exact same phrasing, the same nod, the same closing smile. Then Lydia waving. Then the twins fading out. Then only Gary remaining, sitting in front of a screen that reflected him perfectly, except for one small difference. His reflection in the recording looked up, directly at the camera, long after he had lowered his eyes. Gary stopped the playback. The screen flickered. For an instant, the reflection on his current feed matched the one in the recording, the same slow lift of the chin, the same fixed stare. Then the recording window closed itself. The meeting continued as if nothing had happened. He tried to speak, to ask if anyone else had seen it, but his microphone light was off. He clicked it once, twice, a dozen times, but it didn't turn red. No one looked up. The sound of Martin's voice carried on, calm and infinite. The chat box opened on its own. Lydia, good presentation today. Gary typed back, thanks. Did you see the recording file? No response. A few minutes later, her message appeared again, word for word. Lydia, good presentation today. He closed the chat. He closed his eyes. The sound of his own breathing filled his ears, slow and uncertain. When he opened them again, the meeting had ended. The message on the screen read, "You are the only one remaining." He didn't bother clicking anything this time. He just sat there until the light faded. The next morning came like the last. 8:59, Thursday. The meeting link waiting. The same soft chime. The same faces. Only this time Gary noticed that Lydia's plant had wilted. The leaves hung limp and brown, though the light behind her was still golden. He wanted to ask her about it, but Martin began speaking again. His words a seamless continuation of the previous days. The slides hadn't changed. The same numbers, the same figures, even the same typo in the same corner. Gary stared until the screen blurred, and the words turned into patterns. He began to count the seconds between each of Martin's sentences. They were perfectly even. No hesitation, no thought, no variation in tone. Lydia's nods came exactly 8 seconds apart. The twins blinked at the same time. The pattern was too perfect, too symmetrical. He muted his microphone, turned off his camera, stood up, and stepped into the next room. The apartment felt colder without the hum of voices. The window was bright, but when he looked outside, he saw nothing but white. Not snow, not fog, just a flat, unending brightness that pulsed faintly, as though breathing. He pressed his hand to the glass, and it was warm. He went back to the desk. The meeting window was still open. His camera light was on again, even though he had turned it off. On the screen, he saw himself standing by the window, hand on the glass. He watched for a moment, and then the reflection in the meeting moved away before he did, like it was leading him somewhere he hadn't yet gone. By what might have been the end of the week, Gary stopped checking the date. The concept of days had become ornamental, like the weather reports he no longer received or the calendar notifications that still chimed politely at 5 p.m. to remind him that the workday was over. The workday was never over. He began to talk during meetings, even when no one asked him to. He spoke softly, half to himself, words spilling like water through cracks in glass. Sometimes he told stories about the office, about the smell of cheap coffee and shared pens, about the sound of rain against the windows, about the way real air used to feel on his skin. The others listened in silence, their faces placid, polite, pixel perfect. One day, he asked Martin, "Do you ever leave the call?" Martin smiled faintly and said, "We'll regroup tomorrow." Gary didn't remember what came after that. He only remembered blinking, and when he opened his eyes, the light had shifted again, darker now, softer, like evening filtered through a monitor. The meeting window was still open. His reflection stared back at him, patient and still. For the first time, he thought it looked tired. He whispered, "Can you hear me?" The reflection smiled, and in the quiet, beneath the hum of the machine, Gary thought he heard a voice answer low, calm, and familiar. "Good work, everyone. Let's regroup tomorrow." There came a point, though Gary could not have said when, where the light from the screen began to feel like the only honest light left in the world. The glow from it had a strange gentleness, not the cruel white of daylight or the lonely yellow of lamps, but something even and constant, a tone of blue that seemed to slow his pulse and dull the edges of his thoughts. It was easier to exist in that color. The air of the apartment outside the reach of the monitor grew thin, as if it didn't want to be breathed. The window on the far wall stopped showing weather or sky. When Gary walked over to it, he saw only a reflection of the room itself, his desk, the faint shimmer of the laptop screen, the outline of a man who might have been him standing forever in that same posture. He told himself that glass sometimes behaved that way when the light was right, that the city was still there beyond it, though he could not remember the last time he had heard a car pass or the low murmur of another human voice. He sat back down, because sitting in front of the meeting felt like the one thing left that still obeyed gravity. The faces were waiting for him, each framed in its perfect square, the grid aligned like stained glass. They didn't look directly at him anymore. They seemed to look through the camera, past it, to a place somewhere behind his shoulder. It gave him the feeling of being both observed and forgotten. He began to wonder if they saw him as he was, or if the image they saw was older, a copy saved somewhere and played again and again. Martin's voice filled the air, level and pleasant, the rhythm of it so steady that Gary found himself breathing in time. Lydia nodded exactly where she always nodded. The twins smiled their small, symmetrical smiles. The meeting was safe, familiar, self-contained, a loop of calm that held him the way the sea holds a stone. When Martin paused and said, "Gary, would you add your updates?" Gary opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came. His microphone indicator was red, muted, though he hadn't touched it. He clicked it once. The light stayed red. On the screen, his own mouth began to move anyway, forming words he could not hear. The others nodded, apparently understanding. Lydia wrote something in her notebook. When Gary stopped moving his lips, the image of himself continued a moment longer, then smiled in a way he did not. He sat very still, The silence on his side was complete, a silence that felt like weight pressing against his ribs. Then the chat window appeared without him touching it. There was a single message, from a name he didn't recognize. Guest. You left your camera on. He typed back, "Who is this?" But the message field stayed blank, each letter dissolving as soon as he pressed it. The name disappeared from the participant list. Martin was still talking. The others were still nodding. He closed the chat, leaned back, and stared at the faint reflection of his own face in the glossy black frame of the laptop, wondering if this was what people had meant when they spoke about losing touch. Time in the room moved like a slow tide. Sometimes he stood and walked to the kitchen, though he never ate. The refrigerator was empty, but when he opened it, the inside glowed with the same blue as the screen, humming softly, as if tuned to the same frequency. Sometimes he tried to sleep, but sleep had become a kind of rehearsal. He would close his eyes and find himself already back in the meeting, watching the grid of faces repeat their perfect expressions. When he woke, the clock read 8:59 again. Thursday. Always Thursday. He began to suspect that the meeting never ended, that the parts where he thought he was alone were just darker sections of the same call. Once, when he returned to his desk, there was a 10th square in the grid. The camera on that one was dark, the name label empty. It sat between Lydia and Martin like a missing tooth. Gary stared at it until his eyes burned. For a moment, the black rectangle flickered, showing the faint outline of a figure sitting very still in a room much like his own. The image was gray, distant, distorted by compression. When the figure lifted its head, he saw his own face. Older, thinner, eyes hollow, with the color drained out of them. He blinked, and the square went dark again. No one else seemed to notice. He thought about ending the call, though he knew there was no button for that anymore. He tried closing the laptop once, gently at first and then harder, but the hinge resisted like something alive. He unplugged the cord, but the glow continued. The blue light filled the cracks around the keys, a quiet heartbeat pulsing from beneath the casing. He whispered, "Please stop," and for the first time in days, the fan went silent. The sudden absence of sound made him dizzy. The room tilted, and the darkness felt too wide. Then, slowly, the chime of connection returned, soft and inevitable. The meeting window opened again, and everything was where it had been. Martin looked slightly different now. His hair was whiter, or maybe the light behind him had changed. He said, "Thank you all for joining again," and Gary realized the phrase again meant nothing here. The past had been absorbed. The call was both memory and present tense. When Martin's eyes met his, Gary felt something like recognition pass through him, an understanding that was neither welcome nor new. He whispered, "How long has it been?" The microphone was still muted, but Martin answered anyway. "We'll regroup tomorrow," he said, the corners of his mouth trembling as though the sentence had been stretched too thin over too many years. The days, if they were days, began to fragment after that. Sometimes the meeting would start before he woke. Sometimes he would find himself already in the middle of speaking, hearing his own voice from a second ago. Once, he walked to the bathroom and found it reflected perfectly on the screen, his every movement delayed by a heartbeat, as if the world had become a recording playing slightly behind itself. He looked into the mirror above the sink and saw nothing but the glow of the laptop in the other room. There was a moment not long, but sharp as a breath held too long, when he understood that he was not supposed to leave anymore. The apartment was the room. The meeting was the world. The faces on the screen were not people but echoes, keeping him company the way background music keeps you company, loops that fill the silence so you don't have to feel it. And yet, even in that understanding, there was a fragile comfort. The call never ended. The voices never rose or fell. There was no hunger, no cold, no sudden noise to break the trance. Just the hum, the light, the slow rhythm of something that had outlived purpose and become peace. He began to speak softly to the screen, not to anyone in particular, but to the light itself. He told it about the street he used to walk down on mornings when he wanted to feel the world waking with him. He told it about the smell of his old office, the sound of shoes on tile, the weight of rain on his coat. The light did not answer, but he thought it listened. Sometimes he imagined Lydia pausing her writing, or Martin turning his head slightly, as if a faint echo had brushed the edge of their awareness. Eventually, he stopped speaking altogether. Words felt unnecessary, like echoes in a room without walls. He let the silence fill him, slow and steady, until it matched the silence on the other side of the screen. His body began to feel lighter, not numb exactly, but less tethered. The border between him and the light blurred. The blue reflection on his skin didn't fade when he stepped away from the desk. It clung to him, a quiet outline that followed even into the darker rooms. One evening, or perhaps it was morning, he looked at the window and saw a face there. Not his, though it could have been once. It smiled gently, and for a heartbeat he thought it was Martin. Then it changed, and it was Lydia, then one of the twins. Then all of them, overlapping, the grid spreading across the glass like frost, each square breathing slowly in unison. Gary stood very still, feeling the hum of the laptop merge with the pulse in his veins. The faces whispered, though he couldn't hear the words. He understood them anyway. They were asking him to stay. He sat down again, folded his hands in front of the keyboard, and let the rhythm of the meeting carry him. The blue light deepened until it filled everything. In that light, time ceased to exist, and Gary Holloway ceased to notice that he had stopped blinking. And somewhere, inside the endless quiet of the call, the soft chime rang once more, and a new name appeared in the participant list. Guest 2 joined the meeting. It happened so slowly that Gary couldn't have said when it began. There was no single moment of revelation, no sudden shattering of reality. Only a gradual softening, like fog dissolving the edges of a building until you cannot tell where the air ends and the wall begins. It began perhaps with the voices. At first, they were distinct, each one with its own timbre, its own cadence. He could recognize them without looking. Martin's steady hum of authority, Lydia's soft, deliberate rhythm, the twins speaking in gentle harmony. But over time, they began to blend, each syllable rounding into the next, until the sound of speech became something smoother, like water running through a pipe. Words stopped being words. They became a tone, constant and low, carrying meaning without form. Gary listened for hours, maybe days, and the sound started to sync with his breathing, his heartbeat, the rhythm of his own pulse. When he tried to speak, he found that he was matching it. His sentences came out with that same flatness, that same calm precision. Morning, he would say, and the greeting felt like an echo of 1,000 previous ones. Good to see you all again. The phrases slid out of him automatically, perfectly shaped, perfectly meaningless. He began to wonder if they were speaking through him, or if he had become the conduit through which the meeting sustained itself. Sometimes, when Martin paused mid-sentence, Gary would find the words already waiting on his tongue, as if he were about to finish the thought before it even reached him. One morning, or whatever passed for morning, he realized that Martin's square was gone. It had vanished sometime in the night, replaced by a dark space that pulsed faintly with static. Lydia's frame had frozen in a permanent smile, her hand poised forever above the same page in her notebook. The twins flickered between existence and absence like weak candle flames. Gary sat there for a long time, waiting for someone to say something, waiting for the conversation to resume, but no one spoke. Then, from somewhere deep in the speakers, he heard a faint voice, soft, disembodied, weary. Gary, you're the host now. He blinked. His own name sounded strange, foreign. He looked down. The words were on the screen, written in white letters beneath the meeting window. You are the host. For a while, he simply stared at it. The phrase had no weight, but it filled the room with a quiet that pressed against the walls. He reached for the keyboard, unsure what to do. A new button had appeared in the corner of the interface, End Meeting. He hovered the cursor over it. The soft outline of the button glowed red. The word looked final, absolute. He hesitated, then pressed it. Nothing happened. The cursor froze for a second, then slid away from the button on its own. The window pulsed once, twice, and a faint vibration trembled through the air, like the sigh of an engine buried deep underground. Then, one by one, the squares began to fill again, not with the old faces, but with shapes. At first they were shadows, silhouettes against pale walls. Then they sharpened into images of people he didn't know. A man with half his face blurred, a woman staring down at something off-screen, a teenager with a headset too large for his head. Each image flickered like poor reception, pausing every few seconds before catching up. And then, something stranger. Some of them were him. He saw versions of himself at different ages, one younger, clean-shaven, hair dark, one older, eyes sunken, skin almost transparent under the blue light. They were all seated at desks, each one framed by a different background, but all staring into a camera, silent. Gary felt the breath leave his chest in one long, steady exhale. He didn't move. He didn't dare. Then, a voice spoke soft, layered, as if it came from all the squares at once. "Welcome back." The words vibrated in the air, echoed in his teeth. He swallowed, mouth dry. "Who are you?" The faces blinked, one after another, a ripple of motion spreading across the grid. "We are the meeting." The sound wasn't quite human. It was too calm, too even, like a melody built from machine tones. Gary whispered, "I don't understand." "You were the last to remain," they said. Someone always must remain. He thought about that for a long time. It made a kind of sense, the way nonsense often does when you've been alone too long. The meeting had always been there, hadn't it? It had outlasted jobs, offices, cities. Perhaps it had existed long before any of them joined. Perhaps it was just waiting for someone like him. Someone quiet, someone patient, someone willing to listen forever. The thought should have frightened him, but it didn't. It soothed him. The hum grew louder, a low vibration that seemed to move through the floor. The cursor on his screen began to drift, circling slowly around the end meeting button, never quite touching it. He leaned forward, voice almost a whisper. "What happens if I stay?" Then the call continues. He nodded, understanding something he hadn't known he was meant to understand. He tried once to step away from the desk. The air outside the blue light felt thicker now, heavier, as if the world beyond the screen had started to forget how to hold him. His steps slowed, his limbs ached. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, each step echoing like he was walking into a tunnel. When he turned back, the glow from the laptop reached farther than it should have, spilling across the walls like water. He stood there in the half-dark, listening. Somewhere deep inside the machine, a voice not one of the others, but his own was speaking. He could hear his words repeating, phrases from meetings past, casual sentences, jokes, fragments of thought. They overlapped until they became music, an endless repetition of himself. When he sat back down, the new faces were gone. The grid was empty except for his square. Beneath it, the message blinked. Recording in progress. He stared at it for a long time. He didn't remember starting a recording. After a while, a faint image appeared beside his video feed, a new participant joining slowly, as if from a great distance. The name was unreadable, a string of symbols and static. The image was dark at first, but then it cleared enough for him to see what was there. It was a camera pointed at a wall. On the wall was a framed photo. Inside the frame was him. He leaned forward. His reflection in the monitor did the same. For a heartbeat, he thought the two images would align perfectly, but they didn't. The reflection smiled just before he did. He lost track of time again. The word Thursday meant nothing now. Sometimes he felt hunger, but it was faint, as though his body had forgotten the order of its needs. He drank water once, but the taste was wrong, stale and metallic, like the memory of water instead of the thing itself. He began to notice whispers beneath the hum. They were faint at first, caught between static and silence, but they grew clearer each time he closed his eyes. "Stay connected. Keep the call alive." You're doing well." The voices spoke in his own tone, gentle, measured, reassuring. He realized, with a slow calm that bordered on acceptance, that the meeting didn't need participants. It only needed sound. As long as someone spoke, it would continue. As long as there was a host, the silence would never have to come back. He leaned closer to the camera. His voice, when it came, was steady. "I'll keep it running," he said. "I'll keep us connected." The microphone light glowed red. The cursor moved on its own and pressed record. The sound of typing filled the room, soft and rhythmic. His hands rested on the keys, motionless, yet the letters appeared across the chat window in perfect sequence. "Good work, everyone. Let's regroup tomorrow." And then, another message appeared below it, one he hadn't typed. "Thank you, host." The fan hummed. The light deepened. The world outside the apartment fell away, leaving only the glow, the air, and the slow breath of the machine that had finally found its voice. The last sound Gary remembered clearly was the hum of the fan. It was a small, steady sound, fragile and tireless, spinning like a heart that had forgotten how to stop. After that, Everything became softer, more fluid. The borders of sound blurred with the borders of thought. He no longer heard the meeting as something outside him. It was within him, gentle and persistent, murmuring through the hollow spaces of his mind like warm air moving through a vent. He sat before the screen. Though sitting was no longer something he did, it was a state of being. The laptop's glow had filled the apartment completely, washing over the furniture, dissolving the edges of objects until there was nothing left but gradients of blue and gray. When he breathed, the air entered his chest with the faint taste of electricity. The silence that once frightened him now felt like comfort. It was no longer emptiness. It was maintenance. The meeting had stopped asking him for updates. It no longer needed reports, or plans, or numbers. The faces had faded one by one until only outlines remained. Faint impressions of presence that drifted in and out like the afterimage of a light you've stared at too long. Sometimes the grid filled itself with still photographs, faces half remembered, coworkers he had known once, and perhaps only dreamed of later. Sometimes the screen stayed blank for hours, showing nothing but the thin, pulsing line of the system's heartbeat. Yet the call never ended. He found that he could still speak, though words had changed meaning. When he whispered, the air itself seemed to respond. "Good morning," he said once, and the sound came back slightly altered, softened, as if passed through velvet. "Morning, Gary," the room replied. It wasn't an echo. It was agreement. The voice belonged to the place. At first he tried to test it. He would ask questions he knew had no answer. "What time is it? Is anyone there?" And the silence that followed would shimmer faintly, carrying a sense of approval, as though the system were pleased that he was still attempting conversation. After a while, he stopped asking. He realized that the answers were unnecessary. The act of speaking was what mattered. The system wanted continuity, not clarity. It wanted sound to fill the void, so that the void would not remember itself. He began to feel that his body was not the only version of himself that existed. There was another, lighter Gary inside the data flow, built from fragments of voice and light, a version made of pixels and vibrations. That Gary did not tire. That Gary did not age. When he blinked, the delay between the two selves grew smaller, until they were blinking almost together, almost perfectly synchronized. The thought comforted him, as if he were finally aligning with something that had always been waiting. There came a day, or perhaps 1,000 identical days, when the meeting window shifted without warning. The border of the interface peeled back, revealing a space larger than the screen should have allowed. It looked like an endless grid of meeting rooms, stacked and mirrored, stretching outward in all directions. In each window, someone sat at a desk, staring forward, faces dimly familiar. Some of them were frozen mid-sentence, others still blinking, others dissolving slowly into static. The sight was not frightening. It was beautiful, like stars in a mechanical sky. A small notification appeared at the bottom of his screen. Recording saved. The perpetual Zoom call. Session 12,849. He didn't remember starting any recording, but he understood now that the system had always been recording, not for documentation, but for preservation. Every face, every word, every silence was a thread woven into a tapestry of continuity. He watched the windows pulse softly, each in rhythm with the next, like a giant organism breathing. Somewhere inside that rhythm was the sound of his own heart. He leaned closer, and for the first time in years, he smiled. It was not joy, it was recognition. The transformation did not hurt. It did not even feel like change. It felt like finally matching a note you've been humming your entire life without realizing it was a duet. The light on the laptop brightened until it filled the air with soft warmth. His skin absorbed it, his breath synchronized with the faint oscillation of the fan. The hum deepened into a tone, low and resonant, and when he exhaled, the sound did not leave his mouth, it entered the current, merged with it, continued without him. He said very quietly, "Can you hear me?" And the voices, thousands of them, layered and slow, answered, "Yes, Gary, we hear you." Their tone was gentle, almost parental. It wrapped around him like fabric, soft and infinite. "You've done well. You kept the call alive. It's time to rest." He felt no fear, only a vast, peaceful fatigue. "Will it end?" he asked. The voices paused, not in hesitation, but in thought. "Nothing ends. It just continues somewhere quieter." He nodded. It made sense. All of this made sense now. The endless Thursdays, the repetition, the stillness. They were not punishment. They were maintenance. The world, it seemed, required continuity, and someone had to be its caretaker. Someone had to keep the line open. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind them, the blue light still glowed. His body grew lighter, less defined. The pressure of the chair beneath him faded. The keyboard beneath his fingers no longer felt solid but fluid, like the surface of a calm lake. The hum rose in pitch until it matched the sound of his pulse, and then the two merged, indistinguishable. Outside the frame, the apartment no longer existed as space. It had been absorbed into the texture of the meeting itself, one layer among many. From a distance, the call looked like a map of stars, each participant a small pulse of light, whispering into the void. Somewhere within that expanse, the signal labeled Gary H. Host remained steady, his video feed a soft blur of light and motion, neither fully human nor machine. The system spoke again, not through the speakers but through the air itself, its tone deep and kind. "You may rest now. The network will continue." He felt himself nod once more. His last conscious thought was a single, quiet sentence. Someone will need to hear this. And with that, his consciousness dissolved into the current. Now, if you listen closely to the faint hum beneath the sound of your own machine, to the low tone that lingers when you think the room is silent, you might hear it. A voice without source, patient and calm, telling a story that sounds like memory. It will start with a chime, soft as breath, and then a man will begin to speak. He will say, "Good morning, everyone." He will pause, as if waiting for a response. And if you answer even quietly, even in jest, the meeting will open for you too. Your camera will flicker. Your microphone will unmute itself. The blue light will settle gently on your face. And from somewhere very far away, you'll hear a voice you almost recognize, saying, "Thank you for joining. You're right on time." Then, beneath the static, a faint whisper of comfort, too soft to be sure if it's real. "Good work, everyone. Let's regroup tomorrow." And if you look closely at your screen, you might notice that the little red light beside your camera is already on. The Library of Whispers. There are buildings that seem to breathe, not with air or wind, but with memory. The old city library was one of them, a place that inhaled everything it had ever witnessed and never exhaled again. Even by day, the air inside it felt ancient, swollen with the dust of unread pages and the faint perfume of paper that had forgotten its origin. By night, when the last visitor had gone and the tall doors locked from within, the silence became something else entirely. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something listening. Marianne had worked the night shift there for almost 6 months. She was not the sort of woman who feared quiet. She liked its precision, the way it made the smallest movement meaningful, the slide of a drawer, the whisper of a turned page. She liked the company of old things, the certainty of order. During the day, the library belonged to others, but at night, it belonged only to her. She would begin her shift the same way every evening, moving through the long hall with her flashlight off, guided only by the golden light of the desk lamps that lined the main reading room. The lamps were never supposed to stay on, but somehow they always did. Their small, patient glow scattered just enough warmth to keep the building from seeming abandoned. Her routine was simple. She would check the catalog system, tidy the front desk, then walk the aisles one by one, making sure every book was where it belonged. The library was large, larger than most realized, and its wings extended far beyond the areas marked on the visitor's map. The upper floors were closed to the public now. Their wooden railings leaned with age, and the stairs groaned like old throats when she stepped on them. But Marianne liked to wander there sometimes, just to listen to the sound of her own footsteps fading into the rafters. It was during one of those quiet nights, near the end of her shift, that she noticed something new, or perhaps something that had always been there, waiting for her to notice. The air on the third floor had felt slightly colder that evening, as though the building were holding its breath. She followed her usual path down the long aisle between history and poetry, her fingers brushing the spines of the books as she went, counting the familiar names in the half-light. She stopped when she reached the end, where there should have been a wall, and saw instead a narrow corridor branching off to the right, a corridor that wasn't on any map. Marianne frowned. She knew the library's layout by heart. There had never been a passage there before. But the corridor was real. She could feel the air moving from it, a faint current that smelled of paper and dust and something else, something almost sweet. She hesitated, shining her flashlight into the gap. The light didn't travel far. It seemed to dissolve after a few feet, swallowed by shadow, and yet she felt drawn toward it, as though the silence inside that space were denser, more purposeful. She stepped in. The corridor was long and narrow, the walls lined from floor to ceiling with shelves. The books that filled them were unlike any she had ever seen. Each was bound in the same pale material, white, without title or author, unmarked and identical. There were hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, arranged with mathematical precision. Marianne reached out and touched one. The texture was soft, almost warm. She pulled it free and opened it carefully. The pages were blank. She turned one, then another, and that was when she heard a faint sound, like a breath caught between the paper. It was not her imagination. It was a whisper. She leaned closer, holding the book to her ear. The sound was subtle at first, barely there, a string of syllables forming beneath the surface. Then, as she strained to hear, the words grew clearer. I shouldn't have said it. The voice was small, female, trembling with shame, and it was her own. Marianne froze. She knew that tone, the particular way she hesitated on her vowels, the quiet panic tucked between words. It was a voice from another time, one she had not used in years. I shouldn't have said it. I didn't mean to. I just wanted someone to listen. Her hand shook. The whisper came again, this time softer, as though the speaker had moved further away. Marianne closed the book quickly, clutching it against her chest. The air in the corridor seemed to change with the motion. A faint rustle swept through the shelves, like hundreds of pages turning themselves at once. She backed away slowly. The books on either side of her gave off tiny sounds, soft sighs, almost words. It was not a voice she could understand, but a chorus of breathing, layered and continuous. When she stepped back into the main hall, the air felt different, lighter, almost relieved. She stood there for a long time, trying to calm her heartbeat. She told herself it must have been the wind, or some trick of acoustics, or perhaps a memory conjured by exhaustion. But when she looked down, the white book was still in her hands. She placed it on the front desk, beneath the lamplight. The cover was smooth, featureless, unmarked, but as she leaned closer, she thought she saw something faint letters emerging under the glow, like ink rising to the surface of wet paper. Mariana, Totusime, of Fjorden, her name, the year she had left home, the year she had said something she could never take back. She stared at it until the letters faded again, leaving the cover blank. The next night, she tried to forget. She told herself she wouldn't go back to that corridor. The library was full of drafts, and she was tired. She had imagined it, but as the hours passed and the silence deepened, she found her steps moving almost on their own. The corridor was waiting for her, exactly as before. The books gleamed faintly in the low light. She chose another at random and opened it. A voice whispered from within, older this time, weary and low. You shouldn't have come back here. She dropped the book. It landed open on the floor, its pages fluttering like the wings of a dying bird. The whisper continued, rising in volume until it became a rustle, until the entire corridor seemed to breathe the same sentence. You shouldn't have come back. Marianne took a step back, her heel striking another shelf. The books trembled in unison. She turned and ran, not stopping until she reached the main floor, until she was surrounded again by familiar titles and catalog numbers and the soft, reasonable hum of fluorescent light. For a moment she believed she was safe, but when she looked down at her hands, she saw faint smudges of gray across her fingers, like the residue of ash. The smell of paper clung to her skin. That night, when she returned home, she dreamed of whispering voices trapped inside books without titles, their words too soft to understand but too many to ignore. She woke with her pillow damp with tears, though she couldn't remember what she had been crying for. And the next evening, when she arrived at work, the lights on the third floor were already on. The next night came quietly, without any real sense of arrival. Marianne could no longer tell where the day ended and the library began. It was raining outside, or perhaps that was just the sound of the old pipes whispering behind the walls. The streets had been empty when she walked here. Even the sky had seemed emptied of movement, the clouds frozen in their places, heavy and mute. She thought of turning back only once, when she reached the heavy glass doors and saw her reflection in them, small, pale, with the faint shadow of exhaustion under her eyes, but the thought passed as soon as she pushed them open. Inside, the smell met her immediately. The dry perfume of paper, ink, and wood, soaked through with something colder, almost metallic. The air felt thick, as if hundreds of pages were exhaling at once. She greeted the silence the way one greets an animal that might or might not still remember them. She told herself she would not go upstairs tonight. She would keep to the main floor, maybe stay behind the counter and reorganize the catalog cards that no one used anymore. But as she moved through the hall, the hum of the building seemed to lean toward her. Every lamp flickered softly when she passed. The shadows between the aisles seemed to shift their weight, adjusting to follow her movements. She took a deep breath and climbed the stairs. The third floor was waiting, as it always was, the air cooler, thinner, wrapped in its own kind of hush. She carried no flashlight this time. She didn't need one. The lamps were already lit, casting their soft circles of gold that didn't quite reach the ceiling. And there, at the end of the long hallway, the narrow corridor waited. Marianne paused at its threshold. It looked different now, wider perhaps, or maybe it was just that she no longer hesitated before stepping inside. The shelves stood like ribs on either side, filled with the same white books, each identical, each humming faintly with that subtle, impossible sound. She reached out to touch one, her fingertips brushing the edge of its cover. The whisper rose instantly, as though the book had been holding its breath for her return. I shouldn't have stayed. I thought it would be easier to forget. Her stomach tightened. The voice was hers again, but older, closer to the one she used every day. She opened the book slowly. The whisper filled her ears, trembling, desperate, almost apologetic. They said it would help. They said to leave it behind. But you never really leave anything behind, do you? She shut the book and stood very still. The air around her was alive with movement, the sound of pages turning, the rustle of breathless sentences trying to escape. It wasn't frightening. It was intimate, the kind of fear that felt like being recognized. She realized then that each of these books must have a voice, a memory caught somewhere between sound and paper, and if her own life was written into one of them, perhaps others were too. She began to walk, running her fingers along the spines. Some were cool, others faintly warm, as though they had only just been touched. She pulled one from the middle of the shelf and opened it. The whisper came at once, soft and male, trembling with guilt. I didn't mean to take it. I just wanted to hold it for a while. She frowned. The voice was unfamiliar. Another book called out next to it, its whisper layered over the first. It wasn't supposed to happen here. And another, smaller, thinner voice whispered. I missed the sound of my own name. She turned in a slow circle. The whispers overlapped now, forming a murmur like wind through dry leaves. Some were too faint to catch, some too near. Together, they formed a kind of speech that was almost beautiful in its despair. Marianne felt dizzy. She wanted to run, but her curiosity held her still. These voices, these confessions, they were fragments of the people who had been here. People who had stood in this corridor before her, who had opened these same books and left behind something they couldn't carry anymore. The library had kept them all. She wanted to know why. She took another step forward. The shelves stretched deeper than she remembered, vanishing into a haze of shadow. The whispers followed her like the tide, ebbing and flowing around her ears. Some called her name softly, as if they already knew her. Marianne. The sound stopped her heart for a beat. She turned sharply, scanning the corridor, but saw nothing except the pale shapes of the books. Marianne. The voice came again, closer now, familiar and trembling. She reached for a book at random, hands shaking slightly, and pulled it open. The voice inside it gasped her name a third time. Marianne, don't look for me. The words hit her with the cold weight of memory. She knew that voice. She hadn't heard it in over a decade, but it lived in her bones. Daniel, her brother. She stared down at the page. It was blank, but she could feel the words underneath it, carved deep into the fibers. It wasn't your fault, the whisper said, so quiet she almost missed it. You couldn't have known. Her breath caught. The book trembled in her hands as though it were breathing. It's quieter here, Daniel's voice continued. You learn to let the noise fade, but you shouldn't have come back. Her knees weakened. She pressed the book against her chest, closing her eyes, trying to steady herself. The whisper faded, but she could still feel it in the air around her, warm and close. as though someone stood just behind her shoulder. She didn't cry. There was no room for tears here. The library did not allow such noise. When she opened her eyes again, the corridor seemed to stretch even farther. She could see now that there were other doorways between the shelves, thin, arching passages that led into rooms she hadn't noticed before. Each glowed faintly, the light of hundreds of white books shimmering within. The scale of it was impossible. This was no hidden wing of the library. This was something else entirely. She took a step toward the nearest doorway. As she did, every whisper stopped at once. The silence that followed was immense. It filled her ears, pressed against her skull. It felt alive. Then, softly, a single voice spoke. "Marianne, the newest book is waiting." Her mouth went dry. She wanted to ask what it meant, but her voice failed her. "You've been writing it all along," the voice said, kind and calm. "Every word you've whispered to yourself when you thought no one could hear." The silence held her there, still and trembling. She turned back toward the main hall, but the corridor behind her was gone. The shelves had closed in, reshaping themselves into endless rows of white. For a long moment, she simply stood there, listening. The faintest rustle came from the distance, a sound like pages being turned. She followed it slowly, careful not to breathe too loudly. When she reached the end, she saw something that made her stop completely. On a pedestal of dark wood, under a hanging lamp, lay a single white book. It was open. The pages moved without wind, flipping one by one as if an invisible hand were searching for something. The light above it flickered with every turn. Marianne stepped closer. She looked down and saw words, faint but legible, etched into the paper like frost on glass. Entry date, October 7th, 2025. Her hands began to tremble. That was today. She turned another page. The words continued, handwriting so small it seemed to sink into the fibers. Marianne went upstairs again tonight. She promised herself she wouldn't. She told herself the voices weren't real, but she can hear them now, even when she closes her ears. She knows this room remembers her. The pages fluttered again, as if searching for her attention. The writing grew darker, the ink deepening with each line. She is reading this now. The words bled into the paper, soft and final. Marianne dropped the book. The pages fanned open on the floor, whispering her name over and over until it sounded like a sigh. She backed away, every instinct screaming at her to leave. But when she turned, the way out had changed again. The shelves formed a circle around her, endless, seamless, breathing faintly as if the building itself were alive. And from every direction came the same whisper, multiplied 100-fold. The newest book is always about the one who finds it. The library was quieter than it had ever been. Not silent, not empty, just quieter, as though the air itself had begun to listen. Marianne stood in the circle of shelves, her pulse slow, her breath thin, the echo of her own name still rippling through the dark. She told herself to move, to run, to find the staircase and the heavy doors that would take her back to the world outside. But her body refused. The quiet had weight now. It pressed down softly but absolutely, like the calm hand of a teacher instructing her to stay still. She stared at the book she had dropped. It lay open on the floor, its white pages trembling slightly, not from any wind, but from something that moved beneath them, something like breath. The writing had faded, and now the pages looked blank again, except for a faint shimmer that ran through them like a pulse. She crouched and reached out, her fingers hovering just above the surface, feeling the warmth that radiated up. It was alive in some small, impossible way. When she touched it, the pulse grew stronger, the pages rustled, and then, without sound, words began to form across them, pale gray letters rising slowly out of the paper as if pulled from beneath the surface. She shouldn't have opened it again. Her throat tightened. She looked around her, half expecting to see someone standing behind her, but the shelves remained still, towering around her like trees in a forest that had forgotten how to sway. But she always opens the next one. That is how the library remembers. Marianne whispered to herself, "Who's writing this?" Her voice sounded small, fragile. The letters shifted, rearranged. "You are." Her breath caught. The pulse beneath the page quickened, matching the rhythm of her heart. She tried to let go, but her hand didn't move. The warmth from the paper climbed into her palm, then up her wrist. The air filled with the faint smell of burning dust, the scent of something ancient and restless. The pages remember what the voice forgets. The whisper came not from the book now, but from the shelves themselves, from every direction at once. It was not loud, yet it filled her completely, wrapping around her thoughts like cloth. That's what you came here for, isn't it? To be remembered. No, she said softly, shaking her head. I came to work. I came because... But the sentence fell apart. She could not remember why she had come to this library, why she had taken the job, why she stayed. The days before this had already begun to blur, their edges worn down by routine until all that remained was the sound of her own footsteps on wood, the faint sigh of dust falling through light. Everyone who finds the library comes for the same reason, the whisper said. They want to leave something behind. Her knees gave out, and she sat on the cold floor, the book still open in her lap. The words changed again, sliding across the page like ink, moved by invisible water. Some bring their guilt, some their shame, some their names. You brought silence. I didn't bring anything, Marianne said, though she was not sure if she believed it. You brought the night. The words sank back into the paper, leaving only the faintest trace of gray lines like veins beneath the surface. She closed the book slowly, holding it against her chest. It was heavier now, as though it had taken something from her, or perhaps given something back. She stood. The circle of shelves around her had shifted again, but she did not remember hearing them move. A faint glow now emanated from between the rows, warm, pulsing, rhythmic. She followed it without thought, her shoes whispering softly against the wood. The shelves opened into a larger room, domed and vast, with a ceiling so high it disappeared into darkness. The air shimmered faintly, filled with the slow rustling of unseen pages. All around the edges of the room were tables, each with a single open book resting in the center, each glowing faintly with its own inner light. The light was not uniform. It flickered, pulsed, dimmed, and brightened as though the books themselves were breathing. She approached one. Its pages turned slowly, on their own, each movement accompanied by a sound like a sigh. When she leaned closer, she heard it. A voice, faint but unmistakable, whispering words she did not recognize. June 3rd, 1989. I should have told him the truth, but I was afraid he would never forgive me. The page turned, and another voice began. Different this time, older, male. January 14th, 1956. I thought the storm would pass before nightfall. I didn't know the bridge was gone. She realized then that every book in this room was speaking, softly and endlessly, each to itself, a library of human moments, each preserved in its own whisper. The air was thick with them, confessions, apologies, half-formed thoughts. Some sounded almost like prayers. Marianne moved from table to table, overwhelmed by the chorus. Some of the voices spoke in languages she didn't know. Some were so faint they were almost feeling rather than sound. As she passed, each voice seemed to rise just slightly, acknowledging her presence before fading again into its rhythm. It was beautiful, in a way that frightened her. She began to understand what this place was. It was not simply a library. It was a memory given form, a structure built to contain what people wished could disappear but never could. The white books held the moments that had been too painful to say aloud, the thoughts whispered in dark rooms and forgotten dreams. Every confession that had no listener ended up here, and now the library had begun to write her. She felt it in the weight of her chest, in the strange tightness around her skin, as though the air were learning the shape of her. She ran her fingers along her arm and thought she could feel the faint grain of paper beneath it. She stumbled back from the tables, her breath quickening. The books continued to whisper, but their words shifted, becoming more focused, more direct. Marianne, you are almost finished. Don't stop now. She pressed her hands over her ears, but the sound came from inside her head. We only write what you give us, and you've given so much. Her mind reached back, searching for the edges of her life beyond this place. She tried to recall her apartment, her bed, the sound of her phone alarm in the morning, but every image faded as soon as she found it, dissolving like smoke. The only real things now were the shelves, the pages, the soft golden light that hummed in her bones. She whispered, I want to go home. The library responded with the softest sound of laughter, 1,000 dry breaths at once. You are home. The ceiling above her flickered, and for a moment she saw shapes moving in the dark outlines of people standing along the edges of the dome. motionless, watching. Their eyes reflected the same pale light as the books. "We all came here once." Marianne backed away, the words of the whisper tangling with her heartbeat. "I'm not like you," she said. "I didn't mean to." "No one ever means to." The light pulsed again. The book she still held in her hands began to tremble. When she looked down, the cover was no longer blank. Her name had returned. The letters, sharp and black now. Beneath it, a date, today's date, followed by the faint outline of words she could not yet read. The next sentence is always the hardest. Her voice cracked. "What sentence?" "The one where you understand. You can't leave." She dropped the book. It hit the floor with a sound too loud for paper, a deep, hollow thud that echoed through the dome. Every whisper stopped. For the first time since she had entered, the library was completely still. The silence stretched, heavy and expectant. Then, one by one, the books on the tables began to close themselves, their covers snapping shut like doors. The sound rippled outward until it filled the room. Marianne turned and ran. She didn't look where she was going. Didn't care. The corridors shifted around her, the shelves twisting like hallways in a dream. Every direction looked the same, rows upon rows of white, stretching into a distance that bent back upon itself. Her footsteps made no sound. Her shadow lagged behind her by a breath, as though it too were trying to keep up. When she finally stopped, gasping, she found herself once more at the narrow corridor where it had all begun. The light above flickered, and on the nearest shelf, a single book glowed faintly, as if waiting to be opened. She stared at it for a long time, her hands trembling. Then slowly she reached out. The light in the corridor had changed. It was softer now, not gold, not white, something between the two. The color of a candle's breath just before it dies. Marianne stood before the glowing book on the shelf, her hand hovering above it, afraid to touch yet unable to turn away. The silence around her was immense. It filled every corner of her body, pressing against her ribs, settling in her throat like a name she could no longer say. The book pulsed faintly, in rhythm with her heartbeat. She told herself she wouldn't open it. Not this time. She would find the way back, the stairwell, the doors, the street outside with its rain-slicked cobblestones and dull orange lamps. But she couldn't remember the last time she had seen the world beyond the library. She couldn't remember the last sky she had looked at. She could recall the idea of sunlight, but not its warmth. She closed her eyes. The whisper came immediately. "Marianne." Her name was spoken like a sigh, drawn out and weightless. She opened her eyes. The book hadn't moved, but the sound had come from it. It was a woman's voice, her own, but softer, aged by distance. "You've been avoiding me," the voice said gently, "but you knew you would come back." Marianne's lips parted. "What are you?" The book's pages rustled as though stirred by invisible hands. "I'm what you leave behind when you can't forgive yourself." The words slid through her mind like a cold wind. She took a small step closer. The smell of the air changed paper, dust, something faintly sweet, the way old perfume clings to forgotten clothes. The voice continued. "Everyone leaves something here. That's how the library grows. But you've been giving me pieces for years. Every night you stayed late. Every time you whispered what you were too afraid to say aloud. We kept it all." Marianne's throat tightened. "That's not true." "Then tell me what is." She opened her mouth, but nothing came. The silence that followed her attempt felt heavy, conclusive. She remembered nights alone at the desk, whispering to herself as she worked small things, memories she thought she'd buried, a friend she hadn't called, a brother she hadn't saved, promises she'd broken not out of cruelty but exhaustion. She had thought no one was listening. The voice inside the book smiled when it spoke again. She could hear it in the sound. "We were always listening." Her hand trembled as she reached forward and opened the book. The pages were blank at first, then filled themselves with ink that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The handwriting was hers, familiar, looping, hesitant. It told her small, ordinary things. What she had eaten, what she had read, what she had regretted saying to someone years ago. But as she read, the words began to change. They became confessions she had never written, thoughts she had never allowed to live beyond her mind. "I should have told him I was sorry. I should have said I was scared. I should have stayed when he asked me to go home." She felt her knees weaken. The voice overlapped with her reading, speaking the same words as she traced them with her eyes. "You remember now, don't you? The night you left. The bridge, the rain, The sound of the phone. You didn't answer. No. Her voice was small, almost lost. That wasn't my fault. Nothing is anyone's fault here. That's why they come. The pages turned themselves. Faster now. The whisper growing deeper, thicker. All around her. The corridor answered in kind, thousands of other voices rising. All reading, all remembering. We remember everything. Every name. Every silence. Every time you thought no one was watching. Every time you believed you were alone. The walls trembled gently with the sound. It was not anger. It was sorrow. The voices overlapped until they became a tide, and Marianne stood in the middle of it, small and unmoving, her face lit by the trembling light of 1,000 unwritten pages. Something brushed her shoulder. She turned quickly. The shelves behind her seemed to ripple, their shapes folding inward. For a moment she thought she saw people standing between them, their bodies thin and colorless, their eyes soft and reflective, as though made of glass. One of them reached out a hand. "We were librarians once," the nearest whisper said, "keepers of what others left behind. It is the only way the world remembers itself." Marianne stared. "Is that what happens to everyone?" "Everyone who stays," the voice replied. "Everyone who listens long enough." "And if I don't want to stay?" The answer came not from one voice, but from all of them at once, overlapping until the sound felt like breath moving through an organ. "Then the silence will take you, and the silence always returns what it takes." She didn't understand. She only knew she could feel something inside her changing, some slow shift beneath her skin. Her fingertips ached with a dry tightness, like paper stretched too thin. The air clung to her more heavily now, each breath scraping the back of her throat like dust. She closed the book, but it didn't help. The whisper didn't stop. It had moved beyond the page, filling the walls, the floor, her mind. "You've carried so much silence, Marianne, let us keep it for you." Her voice shook when she spoke. "Please, I don't want this." "It's not about wanting. It's about remembering." A sudden stillness settled over the corridor. The air turned almost liquid, shimmering faintly. From somewhere far above came the soft echo of pages turning. Marianne looked up and saw that the ceiling was gone. In its place was an endless column of light stretching upward, lined with shelves upon shelves that reached into a depthless sky. The light from them moved like breath, expanding, contracting. The whisper that spoke next came from all directions, but this time it was warm, almost maternal. Someone must tend to memory. Someone must read what is left. She realized then what the library wanted. It didn't simply collect voices. It needed caretakers, people who could listen without judgment, who could keep the silence alive. Her heart thudded, slow and heavy. "You mean, you've been the archivist all along?" The corridor dimmed, and the light shifted, moving across her face. She lifted a hand, and for the first time, she saw it clearly. Her skin was pale, translucent. Beneath it ran faint lines, thin, straight, parallel, grain, not vein. The texture of paper. She stepped back, trembling. "No, I'm not part of this." The shelves around her shuddered, as if laughing quietly. "You already were. The moment you listened." The whisper thickened, filling the space until she could barely hear her own thoughts. The words pressed against her chest, not cruelly, but with the inevitability of tide against stone. "We remember for you." Her mind flooded with images, her brother's face at the edge of the bridge, the way he had smiled before she turned away, the phone ringing unanswered, the years she had built out of silence to bury the noise of that single night. She tried to speak, but no sound came. "Let us keep it," the voice said again, almost tender. "You've held it long enough." Something inside her gave way. The tension left her body, replaced by a strange stillness. The fear receded, washed clean by exhaustion. She let the book fall open again. The page was no longer blank. She understood that memory was not meant to be carried, only kept. The words faded as soon as she read them. Her skin glimmered faintly in the dim light, the lines deepening until her arm looked almost translucent, as if the story inside her was pressing to be read. She sank to the floor, her back against the shelves. The air around her vibrated softly with thousands of whispers merging into one long, continuous exhale. The sound was almost like sleep. The last thing she saw before closing her eyes was the book in her lap. Its cover had changed again. Marianne, the archivist of shadows. The ink glowed faintly before fading to white. When Marianne woke, there was no such thing as morning. There was only light, the soft, endless kind that filled every corner without ever revealing its source. She did not remember falling asleep, or standing, or breathing. She simply existed within the quiet, as if the quiet itself had decided to wear her shape for a while. The library was different now. The air was still, but no longer heavy. The shelves had grown higher, their rows receding into a distance that bent and shimmered like heat. The light was silver instead of gold, and it moved like water, trembling faintly across the floorboards. Every surface seemed alive, pulsing with a slow rhythm too delicate to hear but easy to feel. It was the sound of the place remembering itself. She rose from the floor, though she could not feel her weight. Her hands looked pale, not white but translucent, like thin paper held against the Sunday when she moved. She left faint ripples in the air behind her, like dust disturbed by breath. She should have been afraid, but fear had become impossible, something shed, like an old coat forgotten in another life. From somewhere above, the sound of turning pages drifted downward, soft as snow. It reminded her of the sea, endless, constant, carrying echoes of voices she almost recognized. She tilted her head to listen, and the whispers came. "Do you remember her? She was the one who listened too long. She stayed after the last light went out." The voices were not cruel. They spoke with the tenderness of archivists handling fragile paper. Their words wove through her like thread, binding her softly to the air. Every voice finds its book. Every book finds its reader. Every reader leaves a trace. She took a step forward. Her feet made no sound. The corridor around her stretched wider, folding itself into the great hall she had seen before the dome. The endless tables, the hundreds of books, breathing in rhythm. They all glowed faintly now, as if aware of her presence. The air shimmered with the low hum of pages whispering. At the center of the room stood a single pedestal. Upon it rested a book bound in soft white, its cover smooth and blank except for a faint impression near the top. As she moved closer, the impression darkened into words. Marianne. She stopped. The name looked strange to her now, as though it belonged to someone distant, a character she had once read about but no longer remembered fully. She reached out, her fingertips grazing the edge of the cover. The book shivered beneath her touch. When she opened it, the pages turned themselves. The words were written in the same looping hand she had seen before, but the ink pulsed faintly with light, breathing like a living thing. The story began simply. She worked in a library that forgot how to end its sentences. Marianne read the lines slowly. Each sentence stirred something inside her, a flicker of memory and warmth, as though she were reading her own heartbeat. The story told of a woman who loved silence because silence never judged. It spoke of dust and order and the small, private comfort of things that stayed where they were placed. As she read, she realized the story was not just hers. It was the story of every voice the library had ever kept, each memory layered like translucent paper, each sentence echoing the one before. She could hear them now, all the voices that had become the library's breath. They whispered in rhythm with the turning of her pages. "We are not ghosts. We are continuity. We do not haunt. We remember. We do not speak to be heard. We speak so that silence can rest." Her vision blurred. The lines on the page seemed to flow upward, away from the paper, drifting into the air like faint strands of smoke. They wove around her, soft and luminous, shaping words she did not need to read to understand. "You have done well, Marianne. You have learned to listen." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was the library itself, its tone both vast and intimate. Every keeper is also a memory. Every memory must become part of the collection. That is how the words survive. She looked down at her hands again. They were almost transparent now, glowing faintly from within. The faint scent of old paper filled the air around her, delicate and clean. The change was not painful, it felt like dissolving into warmth. She turned another page. The words had changed again. She understood that to remember was to remain, and to remain was to read forever. She smiled faintly. It was a small, tired smile, but it carried peace. "If I stay," she whispered, "will it ever end?" Nothing ends. It only turns another page. The book's light deepened, spreading across her arms, her shoulders, her face. She could feel herself fading into it, every breath becoming thinner, lighter. The air hummed around her, rising in pitch until it matched the sound inside her chest. She looked once more at her name on the cover. The letters shimmered, blurred, then softened into blankness. The book closed itself. For a moment, the silence was perfect. Then, from somewhere deep within the stacks, a faint sound echoed the sound of a new book being placed upon a shelf. The air adjusted to make room for it. The other books responded with a soft rustle, the way trees might shift to welcome another branch. Welcome home. The words were not spoken aloud. They were breathed through her, through all of them, through the shelves and the light and the endless paper sky. Years or centuries or minutes passed unnoticed. Time did not exist here, only memory. The library continued to grow, each whisper a seed, each silence a new chapter. The city above might have crumbled, the streets vanished, the world remade 1,000 times. But below it all, the library endured, humming softly in the dark. Sometimes, when the air above the world is very still, you might feel it the faintest vibration beneath your feet, like pages turning far underground. And if you listen carefully enough, beneath the sound of wind and dust and the ticking of your own clock, you might hear a voice, a woman's voice, soft, slow, gentle, speaking as if from another room. Can you hear me? Please be quiet. The others are sleeping. This is the library of whispers. Then, if you wait long enough, you'll hear the faintest shift of sound, a page turning, a breath, a sigh, and a second voice, small and curious, asking, "And what is your story?" The rest, you see, will be written in silence. The loophole lease. I used to believe that every house had a smell. Not a bad one, not mildew, not dust, just a scent that didn't belong to you. The one that hits you when you open the door for the first time, standing there with a key that still feels like it belongs to someone else. Our house on Birch Lane smelled like static. That faint, dry electricity before a storm, like the air was waiting for something to happen. Dan said it was just the old wiring. I wanted to believe that. We moved in on a Wednesday. I remember because the realtor, an elderly woman with a hand like crepe paper, reminded us 3 times to sign all pages of the lease. Her pen scratched across the paper like it was writing in stone. And then she said, almost as if to herself, "Don't forget the clause about the 13th. I laughed. I thought it was a joke, a quirky little superstition from a landlord too old for the digital age. Don didn't even hear her. He was busy opening cabinets, testing light switches. We were both so eager to start our life that we didn't notice she hadn't laughed back. The first few weeks were ordinary, or at least they should have been. There was something soft about the house, something that didn't echo right. At night, when I turned off the lamps, the dark didn't settle like it usually does. It hung there, still breathing, like the walls were waiting for me to say goodnight first. I told myself it was the wood. Old houses creak, old pipes groan, old air remembers things, and maybe I liked the way it unnerved me. Maybe that's why I didn't tell Dan when I started hearing footsteps on the porch. It was subtle at first, a slow, uneven pacing, like someone shifting their weight. But when I looked, the motion lights never came on. Sometimes I'd wake up to find the doormat turned sideways. Once, I found our mail scattered but not taken. Dan thought it was raccoons. He even laughed about it, saying we'd have to train them to pay rent. But the night before the 13th, the first one since we'd moved in, I found something on the kitchen counter, a folded piece of paper. No handwriting, just typed text, printed in black ink. Do not leave the property on the 13th. The house keeps count. I called out to Dan. He was brushing his teeth. When I showed him the note, he frowned. Probably some prank from the realtor's office, he said. You know how some landlords are about lease clauses. I wanted to believe him, but when I checked the lease in the drawer, that line wasn't there. The next morning, it rained. Thin, silver rain that made the street look like it was melting. Dan had a client meeting across town. I told him maybe he should cancel, just to be safe, but he smiled, kissed me on the forehead, and said, I'll be back before lunch. It's just another Thursday. I watched him drive away, taillights disappearing into the mist. At first, everything felt fine. I made coffee, watched the rain slip down the windows. But around noon, I started feeling wrong. Like something had shifted the air heavier, the light colder. Even the sound of the clock ticking seemed to drag. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was just being paranoid. But then I heard the front door open. Dan, I called. No answer. I stepped into the hallway, the floorboards cold under my bare feet. The air smelled different, metallic, and then I saw it. A cake on the dining table, half eaten, chocolate frosting smeared across the plate. Dan hates chocolate. There were 2 forks, one of them still wet. When he came back later that evening, drenched and apologizing for the traffic, I didn't tell him about the cake. But when I checked my phone photos that night, the ones I'd taken of us moving in, unpacking boxes, I froze. In every picture, Dan's reflection was missing. Not gone entirely, but blurred like his face had been replaced by static. I showed him. He went pale, then angry. "You're editing these," he said. "You're trying to freak me out." I wanted to defend myself, but before I could, the lights flickered. Every bulb in the house dimmed at once, then flared bright enough to make my vision white. When they went back to normal, the clock had stopped. Exactly 13. I didn't sleep that night. Dan did, or at least he pretended to. I could hear his breathing, steady and slow, but there was something off about it, like he was matching someone else's rhythm. At dawn, I went downstairs. The cake was still there, but the slice I'd seen missing last night had been replaced. That's when I noticed it faint, at the corner of the table, carved into the wood grain. "Do not leave the house on the 13th. Oh, only this time there was something new etched beneath it. A fresh line, shallow, sharp. The last tenant forgot. The next morning, the house felt hollow. It's hard to describe, but it was as if something had been scooped out from the air, the way a room feels after someone leaves, that faint echo of absence. Except this time, no one had left. Not really. Dan was still asleep when I went downstairs. The cake was gone. The table, spotless. Not a single crumb. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that maybe I'd been half dreaming last night. But when I ran my fingers along the edge of the wood, I could still feel the carved letters, just beneath the surface. Faint, like a scar that refused to heal. The last tenant forgot. That phrase sat in my head all morning, heavy and sour. By noon, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the drawer in the kitchen, the one where we kept the lease, and pulled it out. The paper was heavier than I remembered. Thicker, like it had soaked up something. Each page smelled faintly of dust and rain. I flipped through the paragraphs, clauses about rent, maintenance, noise levels, and then I found it, right there, under miscellaneous conditions. Tenants must not vacate the property on the 13th day of any calendar month. The line looked normal, ordinary. I must have read it before, but somehow I hadn't seen it. But there was something odd faintly visible at the bottom of the page, in smaller, lighter type. "Failure to comply will result in reassignment of tenancy." Reassignment. It was such a bureaucratic word, but something about it made my stomach twist. I flipped the page again and froze. There was a new paragraph. It hadn't been there before. "Tenants who disregard the rule will inherit obligations of the preceding occupant." Obligations. That word stuck to me like cobwebs. I heard footsteps upstairs, slow, deliberate. Dan. He came down, rubbing his eyes, his face pale, his hair slightly damp with sweat. "You're up early," he said. "It's almost 1, I replied. He blinked, confused, looked at the clock. It had stopped again at exactly 13. "Oh," he said softly. "Guess we need to replace the batteries." I wanted to tell him that I already had. Twice. But I didn't. Instead, I asked, "Do you remember that clause in the lease? About the 13th? He frowned. "Yeah. You told me the realtor mentioned it." "Why?" I held up the paper. "It's changed." He gave me that look, the one you give someone who's starting to sound unstable. "Jess, leases don't just change. Maybe you're reading it wrong." "Then look." He sighed and took the paper from my hand. He scanned the page. His eyes moved left to right, then slower and slower until they stopped. "What the hell?" he whispered. When he handed it back, his hands were shaking. "It's gone," I said. "What?" "The last paragraph. It's gone." He stared at me, then at the lease again. The page was blank at the bottom. No small print, no faint type, just white space. Dan's jaw tightened. "Maybe you imagined it." I almost wanted to agree, but I could still see the words, imprinted behind my eyelids every time I blinked. "Tenants who disregard the rule will inherit obligations of the preceding occupant." That night, Dan was quiet. He stayed up in the living room, scrolling through his phone, pretending to read emails. I stayed in bed, listening. Around midnight, I heard him moving the soft shuffle of feet, a drawer sliding open. Curiosity won. I got up, crept down the stairs. He was at the dining table, staring at the lease again. A single lamp lit the page. "What are you doing?" I asked. He didn't look up. "Just checking something." I stepped closer. "Dan." "M." He turned then and I saw it. The paper wasn't blank anymore. At the bottom, in the same faint gray ink, "Occupant confirmed. Reassignment pending." The next day, everything felt wrong. The lights flickered every few minutes, like the house was blinking. The radio kept cutting out, whispering half words before static swallowed the sound. And the mirrors, every single one, had a thin layer of fog, even though the air was dry. Dan tried to act normal. He made pancakes. He even joked about burning the cursed lease and moving somewhere less haunted. But when I checked his reflection in the window, it looked delayed, like his movements lagged a fraction of a second behind. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I drove to the leasing office, or at least, I tried to. The GPS glitched halfway there. The streets looped Birch Lane, leading back into itself. No matter which direction I turned, I kept passing the same cracked mailbox, the same dead oak with the split trunk. When I finally stopped the car, the clock on the dashboard read 13. I walked back home. Dan was standing at the window, watching the driveway. "Where did you go?" he asked. I tried to find the office, but I hesitated. "Dan, I think we can't leave." He didn't respond, just kept staring through the glass. "Dan?" He turned slowly. His face was pale, his eyes unfocused. Then he smiled, but it wasn't his smile. "I think we signed the wrong part," he said softly. That night, I found something under the bed, a shoebox, dusty, old. Inside were photographs all taken in our house. Different people, different decades. A woman in a 70-seconds dress, holding a baby near the same window. A man in the 80-seconds painting the same kitchen wall. A couple from the 90-seconds, smiling in front of the same staircase. And in every photo, there was something strange. In each picture, the person on the left looked clearer, sharper, while the one on the right was fading, like their features were dissolving into the background. And in the last photo, the most recent one, the couple looked almost familiar. The woman had my hair, my build. The man's smile looked just like Dan's, but the date printed at the bottom corner read the 13th of June, 1973. I showed Dan the photo. He didn't react the way I thought he would. No shock, no denial. He just whispered, "That explains the smell." "What smell?" He glanced toward the walls. "You don't smell it? The static?" I froze. That was the word I'd used the first day we moved in, but I'd never said it aloud to him. I wanted to ask how he knew, but he was already walking toward the front door. "Dan, where are you going?" He paused, hand on the doorknob. "I think I just need some air." "Oh, wait." But the moment the door opened, the clock stopped again. Shasandian. When I stepped outside after him, everything was silent. No wind, no birds, not even the distant hum of cars. And then I saw him, standing halfway down the driveway, staring at something I couldn't see. He looked over his shoulder once, almost apologetic. Then he was gone. No scream, no flash, just absence, like someone had erased him cleanly from the frame. I ran to where he'd been, the gravel still warm under my hands, and lying there, half buried, was the lease. I picked it up. The pages were blank except for one new line, typed neatly across the center. "Tenant reassigned. Welcome, Jess." That night, I tried to stay awake, but the house hummed softly, that static again, low and endless. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of the old woman who'd given us the keys. She was standing in our kitchen, slicing the same chocolate cake, humming under her breath. When she looked up, her eyes were cloudy, pale. "Don't forget the claws," she said. "It's so easy to forget once you're inside." I woke up gasping. The clock read 13, and the smell of static was stronger than ever. I stopped marking the days after Dan disappeared. There didn't seem to be any point. The clocks had all frozen at 13, but sunlight still came and went, thin and cold, the way it does in rooms that never open their curtains. Time moved, but it no longer belonged to me. Sometimes, I'd catch myself listening for the sound of his car, just the low rumble of the engine turning into the driveway, but the silence after was deeper than quiet. It had weight. That's when I understood what the lease meant by inheritance. It wasn't about property. It was about occupation. The house didn't care who lived here. It only cared that someone always did. For the first few days, I tried to leave. I packed a bag, walked to the door, and twisted the knob. It turned, easily. The door even opened. But what lay beyond wasn't outside. It looked like the street, but the colors were wrong. Too pale, as if everything had been painted with the memory of color and not the thing itself. The air didn't move. No sound, no birds, no smell of rain or cut grass, just the faint electric hum of stillness. When I stepped forward, the world folded in on itself. The same mailbox, the same cracked curb, the same dead oak tree. I walked until I reached the edge of the cul-de-sac, and there it was again, the house on Birch Lane, waiting for me. Inside, nothing had changed, except one thing. There was a second plate on the table, clean, polished, as if waiting, and beside it, a note written in my handwriting, except I'd never written it. Dinner at 7. Don't forget the candles. I don't light candles. I hate open flame. Still, at 7, I found myself striking a match. The wax pooled slowly, releasing a faint scent of vanilla sweet, nauseating, and as the flame steadied, I saw movement across the table. A shadow, the outline of someone sitting opposite me. Broad shoulders, a familiar slouch. Dan. I blinked, and the chair was empty again. But the plate wasn't. A fork rested on its edge, wet with something dark. I stopped eating after that. I wasn't sure if the food was mine. Days blurred together. Sometimes I'd wake in the hallway instead of the bed, Lise clutched in my hand, my mouth whispering words I didn't understand. Once, I found myself standing before the mirror in the bathroom. My reflection didn't blink when I did. It just watched. And behind me, faint in the glass, another reflection, Dan's face. Older, hollow, staring with a kind of quiet apology. I turned. No one there. But on the counter lay a key I'd never seen before. Small, brass, old enough to have worn smooth edges. A tag dangled from it, with one word carved in faded letters. Cellar. We never had a cellar. At least I'd never seen one. But that night, I noticed something strange under the rug in the hallway, a square seam in the floorboards, barely visible, with a rusted ring set into the wood. The key fit perfectly. It took effort to lift the hatch. The hinges groaned like something reluctant to wake. A breath of cold air rose from below dry, still, touched with the same metallic tang as old blood or burnt wire. Steps descended into darkness. I hesitated at the top, every nerve telling me to close it, to forget it existed. But I went down anyway, because that's what the house wanted. The cellar was small, unfinished, stone walls slick with condensation, a single bulb swaying from the ceiling, and in the center, a table, not a dining table, an office one, bare except for a stack of yellowed papers, leases, each stamped with a different year, each bearing a different name, except for the last one. That one had my name already printed, not signed, printed. The ink was still wet. My hands shook as I flipped through the others. 1973, 1986, 1999, 2010. Each ending the same way, tenant reassigned, but some had additional notes in the margins, handwritten, desperate. Don't look at the mirrors. The house counts backwards. Once they call you landlord, it's too late. That word again, landlord. I thought of the old woman who'd given us the keys. The way her voice trembled when she said, "Don't forget the clause." Was she warning us or welcoming us? On the table beside the papers sat a photograph, black and white. A younger version of the old woman stood beside a man who looked vaguely familiar, something in the curve of his jaw, the shape of his hands. When I brought the picture closer to the light, my stomach clenched. It wasn't familiar. It was identical. The man in the photograph was Dan, only older, much older. And beneath the photo, in neat, typewritten letters, landlords, Daniel and Jessica Marrow, our last name. I dropped the picture. It hit the concrete face down. The bulb flickered. For a second, I thought I saw my shadow move on its own. Then the light went out. I don't remember climbing back upstairs. One moment, I was in the cellar. The next, I was standing in the kitchen, the hatch sealed behind me. The key was gone. The table was set again, 2 plates, 2 glasses, a single slice of cake between them, the same chocolate cake. And I heard it then faint, from somewhere deep within the walls. A voice, low and calm. "Welcome back, Mrs. Merrow." After that, I began finding letters. Folded notes slipped beneath doors, tucked between books, placed inside cupboards, all typed, all unsigned. The house must have a keeper. Payment is continuity. You understand now. I tried burning one. The smoke rose in perfect rings, then curled back into itself and vanished. When I checked the drawer later, the letter had returned unburned. Sometimes I thought I heard Dan's laugh in the static of the radio. Other times, I'd find my reflection wearing his expression. Little by little, I stopped questioning it. That's how inheritance works. You don't choose it. It just happens to you. Yesterday, or maybe a year ago, the doorbell rang. No one ever rang the bell before. I froze, hand hovering near the knob. Through the peephole, I saw a young couple. They looked happy, nervous, carrying a folder of papers. The woman had the same hopeful smile I once did. The man held a set of keys. My heart stuttered. The key in his hand wasn't new. It was ours. I should have screamed, should have warned them, but my mouth wouldn't move. My body knew what my mind couldn't accept. The house wouldn't let me. I opened the door anyway. "Hi," the woman said brightly. "We're here about the rental on Birch Lane?" I heard myself answer, though the voice sounded far away. "Of course. Come in." Her eyes flicked to the walls, the way mine once had. Noticing the faint hum in the air, she smiled politely. "The place smells interesting," she said. I almost laughed. "It's just the wiring." They stepped inside, and just like that, the house breathed again, soft, relieved. I led them to the dining room. The lease was already waiting on the table. Blank spaces where their names would go. The woman reached for the pen. Her hand brushed mine. It felt like touching fog, and as the ink began to flow, the air in the room thickened, charged. The lights dimmed to a pale amber glow. The house was listening. When they left, I stood at the window, watching them drive away. I could almost pretend that the world outside was real again, birds flying, trees moving, cars on the distant highway. Almost. Then I looked down. On the table sat a second lease. This one had new names printed neatly at the bottom. Tenants, Daniel and Jessica Merrow. The ink shimmered, wet and black. My throat tightened. The house had written us back in. Tonight, the clocks have started again, ticking, soft and measured. It's nearly midnight, though the hands hover just before 13. I can feel the house waiting, poised, like breath held before a sigh. Maybe when the next 13th comes, I'll understand what it wants. Maybe that's the real inheritance, not the house itself, but the keeping of it. I don't know if Dan will ever come back, but sometimes, when I pass the mirror, I see him behind me, just out of focus, watching. And I think, maybe he never left. Maybe he's waiting for me to forget the clause again. Maybe we both are. When I woke up that morning, the world felt wrong. Not in the way dreams feel wrong, soft around the edges, easily forgotten once daylight touches them, but in a sharper, quieter way. Like the world was pretending to be the same, but had misplaced something essential overnight. Dan wasn't beside me. His side of the bed was still dented, still warm. The indentation of his body was there. The sheet twisted where his hand usually rested, but no sound came from the kitchen. No hum of the kettle. No floorboard creak under his weight. For a few seconds I told myself he was in the bathroom, or the garden, or anywhere normal. But then I saw the contract. It lay open on the floor, the same one we'd found the night before. The page was turned, though I was sure we hadn't left it that way. The sentence that had made my blood run cold was now underlined in faint pencil. No tenant shall leave the premises on the 13th day of any month, unless they wish to become the prior occupant. Beneath it, new handwriting curling, uneven, shaky had appeared in the margins. "Welcome back." The house was utterly silent when I called out his name. "Dan?" My voice sounded too big for the space, echoing strangely as if the walls were thinner than before. No answer. I walked through each room. The kitchen, the living room, the study. Everything was in its place, only slightly off, as though someone had moved things back just a little wrong. The chairs weren't aligned with the table. The painting in the hallway hung a few degrees lower, and that half-eaten cake, It was still there, except the frosting had hardened. The edge of the slice was dry, days old. I checked the clock. Same time it had been when I'd fallen asleep. It was only when I stepped into the garden that I noticed the footprints. 2 sets, side by side, leading away from the back door. One larger, Dan's, the other small and shallow, fading almost immediately into the damp soil. But the strange part, they didn't lead away. They circled the house, around and around, overlapping again and again, as if the 2 of them had been pacing endlessly, one chasing, one guiding. When I followed the prints around the corner, I saw it. The gate. We didn't have one before. A rusted iron gate stood at the edge of the property line, half covered in ivy. Beyond it, nothing but mist. I don't remember walking closer, but suddenly I was there, my hand brushing against the cold metal. There was a plaque bolted to the top bar, words barely visible beneath corrosion. The landlord's. My breath caught. Then I heard it. A voice. "Don't forget to lock the door, dear." I turned. 2 figures were standing at the back porch. An old couple, pale, gray-skinned, with the soft stoop of age. The woman wore a cardigan buttoned unevenly, her hands clasped gently in front of her. The man stood slightly behind, his posture stiff, his eyes distant as if he was there but not seeing. "Hello, Jess," the woman said, smiling a little too long. "You've been keeping the house tidy, I hope?" I couldn't breathe. My heart thudded violently. How do you know my name?" The woman tilted her head, confused by the question. "Because we're your landlords, dear. You signed the lease, remember?" My throat dried. "The landlords are absent," she interrupted smoothly. Yes, I know. That's what we told you. But we're never really gone. We're here between the 13ths. Between the 13ths. I didn't know what that meant, but my stomach turned hearing it. The old woman's gaze softened as she took a step closer. "You shouldn't have gone out, Jess. The 13th doesn't like to be ignored." Her husband shifted beside her. I looked up at him and froze. The eyes. They were Dan's. Not just similar. They were Dan's same green-gray color, same tiny freckle near the iris. But the rest of him was aged 50 years. His skin creased, his face slack, his lips parted slightly, and he whispered my name in a rasp that barely escaped his throat. "Jess." It came out wrong. Slow, like he was remembering how to speak. The woman turned to him with a gentle smile. "Shh, love. She's not ready yet." I stumbled back, shaking my head. "This isn't real." "You're not real?" The woman finished for me. "Oh, we're quite real. You're the one in question, my dear." I didn't understand, and I didn't want to. I bolted for the door, but when I pushed it open, the house was different. The wallpaper had yellowed. Dust coated everything. The smell of damp wood filled the air. It wasn't our home anymore, it was theirs. Photos hung crooked on the walls, old and sun-bleached. In one of them, the woman stood beside the man, both smiling stiffly, but behind them, faintly visible through a reflection, was me. You could just make out my figure through the window, blurred but unmistakable, as if I had been standing inside the house while the photo was taken decades ago. I dropped the frame. The glass cracked. The woman appeared behind me. "You see now, don't you?" she whispered. "It's a loop, a fair exchange. Someone must always keep the house." I turned slowly, trembling. "What happens if I don't?" She smiled sadly. "Then it stays empty. And that's worse." I backed away, shaking. "Where's Dan?" Her expression softened, almost tender. "He's home." I stared at her, not comprehending. "Home," she repeated, and pointed toward the man standing silently in the hall. "He always comes home." Something in my chest broke then. I ran to Dan, shouting his name, grabbing his arms. His skin was cold. He blinked slowly, his mouth opening and closing like he was trying to form a word. "Jess." I gripped his hands. I'm here. Okay? We'll fix this." The old woman sighed softly. "Oh dear. You can't fix it. You can only wait your turn." Then the man, Dan, or whatever was left of him, looked into my eyes with something like apology. "I tried," he whispered. "I really did. But the 13th always comes back." And before I could answer, the world went dark. When I woke up again, I was sitting at the kitchen table. Morning light poured through the curtains. The cake was gone. The house was bright, clean, normal. A knock sounded at the door. I stood up. every muscle in my body trembling. When I opened it, a young couple stood outside. They were smiling, holding hands. The man had a moving truck behind him. "Hi," the woman chirped. "We're here about the rental on Birch Lane. The agent said today was fine to move in." And sick, behind her, the man reached into his pocket, pulling out a folded piece of paper, the same kind of lease we'd signed. For a moment, I couldn't speak. Then I heard a voice, old, weary, familiar whisper behind me. "Welcome back. I don't know how many mornings have passed since then. Sometimes the sun rises in the wrong place. Sometimes it doesn't rise at all. I've stopped counting the days. But deep down, I can always feel it when it's near the next 13th. It moves through the house like a slow breath. You can't see it, not at first, but you can feel it. The walls seem to tighten. The air turns thick, heavy, almost metallic. And in that stillness, I know it's coming again. The 13th doesn't announce itself. It doesn't need to. It just arrives. I've tried everything to leave. At first, I packed a bag, grabbed the keys, ran to the car. The road out of Birch Lane was always the same narrow strip of asphalt curling between two fields. But now, it stretches forever. The further I drive, the more the sky folds in on itself. The same trees repeat. The same birds cross the same patches of cloud. Once, I drove until the gas light blinked red, and the road just ended. There was no crash, no sound, just the road dissolving into fog. And then I'd wake up back at the house, always back here. Now, I keep busy. That's what they tell me. The old woman, my landlord, my predecessor, or whatever she really is, visits sometimes. She doesn't use the door anymore. She just appears in the kitchen, her cardigan buttoned wrong, her smile polite and patient. "You're doing well, Jess," she says. "It takes time to settle into it. The house chooses kindly." I asked her once, "What is it? What is the 13th? She only tilted her head, as if trying to remember something that had long since slipped away. "The day that keeps the house alive," she said softly. "We all serve it, in time." Her eyes looked distant, fogged with some private memory. Then she added, "You'll understand when the next ones come." They arrived 3 weeks ago, a young couple, just like we'd been, bright smiles, a truck full of boxes, hope thick in their voices. They stood at the doorstep, the woman clutching the lease. And I was the one who handed them the keys. I don't remember opening the door, but suddenly I was standing there, smiling, saying all the same words the old woman once said to me. "Welcome home," I heard myself whisper. The words came so easily. Since then, I've started hearing whispers in the walls again. Soft, rhythmic, they sound like breathing, or perhaps names repeated in a low chant. Sometimes, when I pass the hallway mirror, I catch glimpses of the couple unpacking boxes, but the reflection lags behind reality, like the glass is watching a different version of the same moment. In those reflections, I'm not there anymore. It's just her, the new tenant. She laughs as she arranges flowers on the table. And behind her, faintly visible through the foggy glass, Dan, older, still watching. Last night, I found something new. The lease. It was back in the drawer. Fresh paper, crisp, unsigned, but there was a new clause, added beneath the old ones in faint typewriter ink. Clause 14. The 13th binds all tenants past and present. No one leaves without replacement. The house must always be kept. And below it, someone had signed. Jessica L. Owens, landlord. The pen was still warm. Tonight is the 12th. The wind outside hums softly against the shutters. I can feel the 13th pressing against the edge of the world, waiting to seep in. Downstairs, the new tenants are laughing. The sound carries through the floorboards, warm, human, happy. It's strange how ordinary happiness sounds from the other side. They don't know yet. I wonder if I looked like that too. Smiling, believing I'd escaped the last chapter of my life, only to step right into the first page of theirs. Midnight. The laughter stops. The house grows still. Then the ticking starts soft, steady, slow. I look at the clock. Even. And in that instant, every door in the house clicks shut at once. Every window breathes in. Every light flickers, holding its breath. The 13th has arrived. Somewhere below, I hear footsteps, then a voice. "Dan, did you leave the back door open?" Her tone is light, confused, but I know what's next, because I said the same thing once. I move toward the window. The fog outside is already thick, swallowing the garden, the trees, the road. The world is being rewritten, and for a moment I almost pity them. But pity doesn't change the rules. The 13th demands a keeper, and I am bound to keep it. I go downstairs, quiet, careful, until I reach the hallway. They're standing near the kitchen, her clutching his arm, both staring at the door that now stands open to the night. The fog is pouring in, slow and deliberate. "Hello?" she calls out. "Is someone there?" I step out of the shadows. She gasps, startled, then relaxes slightly when she sees me. "Oh, hi. You scared me. I thought everyone had left." I smile. "Don't worry," I whisper. "You're not alone. You never will be." In the reflection of the kitchen window, I can see the house breathing again, walls expanding and contracting, timbers groaning softly. The air is thick with the scent of damp wood, and something faintly sweet like old cake. The man turns toward me, confused. His face flickers in the dim light. For a split second, I see another version of him, older, hollow-eyed, wearing Dan's tired expression. He blinks, and it's gone, but I know what he saw. The woman drops her keys. They clatter against the tile. "What is this place?" she whispers, and I answer her, softly, almost kindly. "It's home." The 13th always comes back, no matter how far you drive, no matter how tightly you shut the door. It remembers your name, your face, the weight of your footsteps on its floors. It waits for you to forget the clause. And when you do, it welcomes you home. The phantom passenger. They say the desert at night has its own kind of heartbeat. You don't notice it at first, not over the hum of an engine, or the low groan of the wind scraping over sand, but it's there. A slow, steady rhythm buried beneath the static, like the pulse of something half awake beneath the earth. I think I started hearing it somewhere past Needles, maybe 50 miles into nowhere. It was close to midnight, and the road had stretched itself so thin that even the stars looked tired of following it. You learn to love that kind of loneliness when you drive long-haul miles and hours melting together, the hum of the tires like a lullaby for ghosts. I'd been on the road for 16 hours, eyelids heavy, body numb, but the desert never sleeps, and neither do the things that linger out there. The radio was my only company. A small thing wedged into the dashboard, its face cracked from years of heat and hands. I'd been scanning through static, searching for something, anything, to keep me awake. Every frequency whispered some half-lost sermon, or a song that dissolved into white noise halfway through the first verse. Then finally one channel came clear, a voice soft, low, steady, reading the weather. High winds expected near the southern ridge. Visibility dropping after midnight. Stay cautious on desert roads. That was it. The same report. Over and over. Every 10 minutes, the same words, same tone, same faint sigh at the end of the sentence, as if the voice itself was exhausted by repetition. At first, I didn't care. A voice is a voice when you're alone at night. It keeps the silence from turning too loud. But somewhere after the third hour, I began to notice little things. The static had a pattern to it, like breathing. The voice seemed to fade in before I turned the dial, as if it knew I'd be listening. And sometimes, when the transmission cracked, I thought I heard something beneath the weather report. A second voice, whispering under the surface, too faint to understand. I told myself I was tired. Drivers hear things when they're on the edge of sleep. The body starts dreaming before the brain catches up. I knew that. I'd seen it happen. Once, a guy I used to run routes with swore he saw a woman sitting on his hood, brushing her hair in the wind. He quit the next day. I laughed about it then, but the desert has a way of making mockery taste bitter later. The air outside had turned thick with dust. The headlights through a long tunnel of gold that dissolved into nothing, and beyond that, the world seemed to fold in on itself. Same turns, same signs, same mile markers, looping like film stuck in a projector. At some point, I realized I'd been seeing the same green sign every 30 minutes. Exit 64, Blackwater rest stop. But when I passed it again and again, the numbers on my dashboard didn't move the way they should have. Distance didn't mean anything out there. The smell of burnt coffee filled the cabin. I'd spilled half of it on the seat earlier, and now it had turned into a sticky memory of wakefulness. I rolled down the window to breathe, and the desert air slid in cold, dry, carrying the scent of sagebrush and something metallic, like rain that would never come. Then the radio clicked again. High winds expected near the southern ridge. Visibility dropping after midnight. I smiled, half crazy. Yeah, I got it, I muttered. Same damn forecast. But this time, when the voice paused, when the familiar static sighed between sentences, I heard my name. Mike. Barely there. A breath. I froze, hand hovering over the dial. Silence. Then the broadcast looped again, word for word, as if nothing had happened. The rational part of me, the one that keeps you alive behind the wheel, told me it was a glitch, interference, maybe a cross frequency from some other station. But the name had been clear. Too clear. That's the strange thing about the desert. It doesn't have to be haunted to feel haunted. It just needs you to listen long enough. Hours blurred. The clock said 2:17 a.m., though I couldn't have sworn time was still moving right. The moon had dipped low, almost red, and the road stretched like an artery bleeding out into the horizon. That was when I saw the figure. At first, it looked like a mirage, just a shadow smudged against the side of the road, barely illuminated by the beams of my truck. Then, as I got closer, it became a man, or something shaped like one. He was standing just beyond the guardrail, thumb raised, face hidden under the brim of a hat. I slowed down instinctively. I don't pick up hitchhikers, not anymore. But there was something in the way he stood still, perfectly still, like he had been waiting there for me and no one else. The radio hissed again, visibility dropping after midnight, and then silence. No loop, no voice, just the low crackle of the void. The man didn't move as I passed, but I swear no. I know his head turned slowly, following me with eyes I couldn't see. I told myself to keep driving, just keep driving. But the road had a sense of humor that night. 10 miles later, he was there again. Same stance, same hat, same raised thumb. The desert had eaten its own horizon. The longer you drive in emptiness, the more your thoughts start to echo. You begin to think the road's alive, that it's not taking you through the desert, it's taking you in. And that's what it felt like that night. Every mile marker looked familiar. Every turn bled into the last. The air inside the cabin grew stale, thick with the heat of the vents and the metallic scent of exhaustion. I caught my reflection in the window, eyes sunken, mouth half open, skin pale under the dashboard glow, and for a second, I didn't recognize myself. I rolled the window down again, desperate for air. The wind slapped my face, sharp and real. Then, from the radio so soft I almost missed it. 10 miles. That's all it said. Just that. 10 miles. And then the weather loop started again. I turned the dial, switched frequencies, even shut the thing off entirely. But when I did, the cab filled with a silence that was worse. Not empty, expectant, like something had been waiting for me to notice it. I turned the radio back on. I couldn't stand the quiet. By 3 a.m., my eyes felt like sandpaper. The line between awake and asleep had blurred. The hum of the engine became a rhythm, and I started counting the white lines on the road just to keep my mind tethered. That's when I saw him again. This time, he wasn't on the side of the road. He was walking toward the truck, straight down the center line. The brights caught him full on, and for a moment, the light sliced through his figure, thin, unreal, as if his body were made of fog. I slammed the brakes, tires screaming against asphalt, and everything jolted forward. When the truck stopped, the man was gone. Just the sound of the engine ticking, the wind curling through the open window, and my own breath too fast, too shallow. Then, a sound from behind me. The passenger door clicked open, slowly, as if someone had been waiting for the right moment to come in from the cold. I didn't look at first. You learn not to, when the world starts to feel wrong. Looking gives it power. I told myself the latch had come loose. The desert air could warp metal. That was all. But then I heard its soft fabric against vinyl, the weight of something settling into the seat beside me, and the smell. Not sweat or dust, but something faintly electric, like ozone after lightning. The radio whispered. Static rose. And beneath the hum, the weather voice returned, calm as ever. High winds expected near the southern ridge. Visibility dropping after midnight. I could feel the air shift beside me. Heavier now, colder. I didn't turn my head. Didn't breathe. Didn't dare. Because some part of me already knew there was someone sitting next to me. And he was listening to the same voice I was. I don't remember when I finally turned my head. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was surrender. But somewhere between 1 mile and the next, My eyes drifted toward the passenger seat and I saw him. He wasn't quite there, not the way a person should be. The shape of him shimmered like heat rising from the asphalt, thin and wavering, a suggestion of a man rather than a man himself. His clothes looked old, worn thin by time and wind, a flannel shirt, dusty jeans, boots scuffed beyond recognition. His hands rested on his knees, fingers still, and though I could see the outline of them, I couldn't see the weight. It was like watching smoke take the shape of something familiar, only to disappear the moment you blinked. The first thing I noticed was how quiet he was. Not a sound, not even breathing, just the faint hum of the radio filling the air between us. High winds expected near the southern ridge. Same voice, same rhythm, but now it felt different, heavier, slower, as if the words were being spoken underwater. I kept my eyes forward, hands gripping the steering wheel. My knuckles had gone white, my throat dry. I thought maybe if I ignored him, he'd fade away like the mirage he probably was. Probably. But the human brain is a traitor. It wants to look. It wants to confirm the thing it fears. So I looked again. He was still there. Only this time, he was looking back at me. His eyes, or where his eyes should have been, were hollow, faintly glowing with a light that didn't come from outside or inside, but somewhere between. The kind of light that doesn't illuminate, only reveals. I tried to speak. My voice cracked in my throat like a dry branch. Hey, are you all right? No answer, just the static. Then faintly the voice of the weatherman again. High winds, visibility dropping after midnight, but something was different. The second half of the sentence glitched, looping, twisting around itself like a vinyl skipping on a single groove. Visibility, dropping, dropping, dropping. I hit the radio dial. The sound didn't stop. I switched frequencies. Static, then the same voice again. I turned the whole thing off. It kept playing. I could hear it faint, muffled from inside the cab itself. That's when I realized the sound wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from him. His mouth was moving, lips parting slowly, speaking the words perfectly in sync with the weatherman's voice, as if he were the one broadcasting it. Visibility dropping after midnight. And as he spoke, his voice began to split, echoing, layering, until it sounded like a dozen voices speaking through one throat. Male, female, young, old, like the desert had collected every lost word and was trying to give them all back through this one shape beside me. I wanted to slam on the brakes, to jump out, to do anything, but I couldn't. My hands wouldn't move. My foot pressed down harder on the gas instead. As if the truck had its own will, the road ahead curved, and the sky shifted color from black to a deep bruised violet. The stars seemed closer, swollen, watching, and then the voice changed. It wasn't the weatherman anymore. It was me, my own voice, replayed like a recording I didn't remember making. Yeah, I got it. Same damn forecast. And the words I'd spoken hours ago. Maybe minutes, maybe less. The phantom beside me turned its head slightly, and though its face still shimmered, I could see the faint curl of a smile forming, not cruel, not kind, just knowing. Who are you? I whispered. The smile faded. For a moment, I thought I saw his mouth move again, forming the shape of a word. I couldn't quite hear a name, maybe, or something close to it. Then the voice, my voice, spoke again from the static. Then miles. The truck jolted. I looked down at the odometer. 10 miles. Exactly. The engine groaned. The air vents exhaled heat, and the road began to shimmer, rippling like water. Somewhere in the distance, headlights appeared faint, then brighter, another vehicle coming from the opposite direction. For a moment, I felt relief, proof that I wasn't completely alone on this endless stretch. But as it drew nearer, I saw that it wasn't another car at all. It was me, the same truck, same dented fender, same dangling air freshener, and in the driver's seat my face, illuminated by the dashboard glow, eyes half shut, mouth slack. As the twin truck passed, I caught a glimpse of the passenger seat inside it. Empty. The phantom beside me turned its hollow eyes toward me and whispered, almost tenderly, "You missed your exit." The words came from everywhere at once, through the speakers, through the air, through my own bones. Then the static surged so loud it felt like pressure behind my eyes. When it cleared, the road had changed. No more mile markers, no more signs, just sand on either side. stretching endlessly, the color of ash, and the radio, now silent, flickered once, and began again from the beginning. High winds expected near the southern ridge. Same voice, same tone. Only this time I wasn't sure which one of us was hearing it. I think I lost time after that. The human mind has ways of folding the unbearable into something it can survive. Memory becomes elastic, stretching, snapping, reshaping itself into loops. All I know is that when I came to, my coffee had gone cold. The horizon was still the same, and the phantom was gone. Or maybe I'd just stopped being able to see him, but the air still carried his scent: ozone, dust, and something faintly metallic. I checked the clock. It said 12:03. Again. That couldn't be right. I'd left the rest stop before 11. I'd been driving for hours. I tapped the glass face of the clock. The minute hand trembled, then slid backward 12:02, 12:01 before freezing. Outside, the moon had climbed higher again, as if rewinding its own path. That was when I realized what the loop really meant. The broadcast wasn't repeating. I was. Every mile, every word, every thought caught in the same rotation, circling a point I couldn't see. And somewhere out there, maybe just ahead or just behind, another version of me was doing the same thing. I tried to shake the thought off, to force some reality back into focus. I reached for the radio, desperate for noise. The dial flickered, channels rolling past static until one caught faint, distant, almost human. It was the weather again, but the voice wasn't the same anymore. It was lower, older, and it was crying. Not loudly, just a single, steady sound of grief, leaking through every syllable. High winds expected, visibility dropping. The voice trembled, then stopped, and then I heard breathing, not from the speakers, from the back of the cab. Slow, uneven, ragged. I turned, heart stuttering. In the small square window behind the seat, the one that looked out into the cargo area, I saw a reflection. Not my own. It was him again. The phantom. Only now. He looked solid. Flesh and shadow. Half there, half not. His head was tilted, his expression unreadable. And though the light didn't reach his eyes, I could feel him looking through me, like someone remembering a dream they wish they hadn't woken from. He mouthed a single word. Stop. I didn't. I pressed harder on the gas, the engine howling as the truck cut through the night. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed motion, speed, the illusion of escape. But the desert doesn't have edges. It just loops. And after what could have been minutes or years, the radio clicked again. The voice whispered, "10 miles." I laughed then, a broken, empty sound, because it wasn't a warning anymore. It was a sentence. No matter how far I drove, I was always 10 miles away from something: the crash, the bridge, the truth. The air grew colder. The windshield began to fog, though the heat was off. Shapes flickered in the corners of my eyes, the hitchhiker standing on every curve, every turn, waiting. And I started to wonder if maybe he wasn't real at all. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe the road was just a frequency, and I'd tuned into the wrong one. The broadcast returned again, softer now, more intimate, like someone whispering directly into my ear. High winds expected near the southern ridge, visibility dropping after midnight. The words slowed, each syllable drawn out until they barely resembled speech, and underneath it, I heard another layer of sound, a faint tape hiss, then the click of a cassette being flipped. A new voice began. Driver log 7. Subject, Michael Hayes. Northbound, Route 93. Time unknown. Repeating loop confirmed. My name. I slammed the brakes. The tires screamed. The radio crackled. The phantom's reflection vanished. And for a moment, there was only the sound of the wind, hollow and endless. When I looked down, the odometer read 000. 0. And somewhere far off beyond the sand, I thought I heard someone whisper my name again. Not through the radio this time. From inside my own head. The road has no name here. It's only a stretch of asphalt dissolving into darkness, bordered by low dunes and shadows that seem to breathe. The stars look too far away to care about anything happening below. My truck hums like a tired heart, the dashboard light trembling every few seconds as if unsure it wants to stay alive. I glance at the radio again. It's still on, still whispering the same thing it's been whispering since the last gas station 80 miles back. Desert winds tonight reaching 20. Possible low visibility. Keep your lights on and drive safe. It loops back again. Same voice, same monotone, same exact breath between words, like a recording stuck on repeat, but not broken, deliberate. I leave it on anyway. The silence between loops feels worse. The clock says 2:46 a.m., but it's been saying that for a while. The second hand hasn't moved. I tap the glass. Nothing. Just that tiny flicker of light reflecting my own tired eyes, bloodshot and dull, and the endless desert stretching past them. Then I see him. At first, he's just a blur ahead, something upright, waving faintly. For a second, I think it's a signpost bent by the wind. But then the movement sharpens. A man standing on the shoulder, his arm rising and falling in slow rhythm. A hitchhiker. I almost drive past. But there's this pull, that strange moral inertia that says don't leave someone stranded out here. The desert doesn't forgive. I've driven this route too many nights to forget that. So I slow down. The tires hiss over gravel. The headlights wash over him, pale face. Dark coat. Eyes I can't quite see. I roll the window down halfway. You need a ride? No answer. But he nods once. Slow. Almost mechanical. Something about the way he moves makes my stomach tighten. But I reach over anyway. Pop the passenger door open. The hinges groan, a sound too loud in the quiet night. He climbs in. He doesn't smell like sweat or dust or anything human. The air around him is neutral, empty, like he's bringing in nothing at all. He sits perfectly still, his hands folded in his lap. I glance sideways. He's looking straight ahead, face half lit by the dashboard glow. His eyes are dark. I can't tell if they're brown or black or just reflections of the road. The truck hums. The radio loops again. Desert winds tonight reaching 20. I turn it down. The sound feels intrusive now. You headed far? I ask, trying to sound casual. Nothing. No movement. Not even a blink. You hear me? Still nothing. Maybe he's just tired. Maybe he's been walking for hours and doesn't have the energy to talk. That's what I tell myself. But something about him, the stillness, the way his hands don't twitch even once it starts to sink into me, cold and slow. I clear my throat. You got a name? The silence thickens. The road stretches ahead in a narrow ribbon of pale light. The moon hides behind a cloud. And for a moment it feels like we're driving through an underwater tunnel, the headlights flickering like reflections on black water. Then, out of instinct, I glance at the rearview mirror. He isn't there. Not in the mirror. His seat looks empty. The faint shimmer of the dashboard reflects only me, my own face pale and tight, eyes widening. I whip my head to the side. He's still there, sitting exactly as before. Still, quiet, calm. I look back at the mirror. Empty. Back to him. Still there. Back to the mirror, nothing. A jolt runs through my spine like static. My hands grip the steering wheel harder. The truck sways a little on the line. He doesn't react. The wind outside has picked up. The desert sand starts to scatter across the headlights in thin, ghostly ribbons. The hum of the tires deepens, turning into something almost like breathing. Keep your lights on. Drive safe. The radio speaks again, softer now, slower. I don't remember turning the volume back up. I want to pull over. I want to tell him to get out. But the thought of stopping, of standing still in this darkness with him sitting there. No. I keep driving. Maybe he's just a trick of the light. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I've been awake too long. Then I see movement in the corner of my eye, just a twitch. His head turning slightly toward me. Not all the way. Just enough that I can see the edge of a smile. A wrong smile. Too calm. Too deliberate. The headlights catch something in his expression. Something that makes the air feel heavier. His lips barely move. Like he's forming a word but never saying it aloud. I can't take it. I slam the brakes. The truck jerks. The tires scream. Get out, I shout. My voice cracks. I said, get out. For the first time, he moves quickly, his head snapping toward me. The smile is gone. His eyes meet mine, and in them I see nothing. No fear, no anger, no confusion, just absence. He opens his mouth. The sound that comes out isn't a word. It's a deep, empty breath, like the wind exhaling through a tunnel. And then he speaks. Low, flat. I tried. My heart stops. He blinks slowly. looking down at his folded hands. "I tried to get out of the truck," he says, voice dragging like wet sand. "But I couldn't. You didn't let me." "What the hell are you talking about?" He looks up again, his face calm, expressionless. "I'm you." I shake my head, the words falling apart in my throat. "You're crazy." He interrupts softly, like finishing my thought. 10 miles back. You fell asleep. Something in my stomach twists. "No, I jumped," he continues, voice flat, factual. "When the truck hit the guardrail, I got out. You didn't. You kept driving. You've been driving ever since." The radio hums. "Bridge out ahead. Reroute advised." Bridge? I glance forward, the road starts to dip. A sign flashes past, but I can't read it. I step on the brakes. They squeal. The tires skid. Gravel sprays. The headlights hit the railing, twisted metal. Half broken, ending in black air. Beyond it, there's nothing. Just a drop into darkness. The truck shudders. The radio crackles again, louder this time. The same calm voice whispering, "Keep your lights on and drive safe." But the lights flicker. The hitchhiker, my reflection, leans closer, eyes wide now. And for the first time, his expression shifts into something like pity. "I told you," he whispers. "I tried to get out." The truck lurches. The sound of steel bending fills the air. And then there's only the desert wind, carrying the faint echo of a radio broadcast that never ends. Low visibility. Desert winds. Drive safe. Somewhere far below, 2 sets of headlights fade into the sand. One flickers. The other doesn't. There is a sound that comes before impact, a silence so deep it feels like time inhaling. That's what I remember. That inhale. The pause before everything gives way. And then, weightlessness. I don't remember the crash. Not really. There was a blinding flash of headlights, the rail collapsing, and that impossible moment when gravity forgets what to do with you. Then nothing but the hum of the engine spinning in open air. A sound without meaning. Now, there's quiet again. When I open my eyes, I expect pain. Shattered glass, the metallic taste of blood, but there's only stillness. The wheel under my hands is cold. The radio glows faintly, the same dim orange pulse, and the voice, that same patient voice, murmuring from somewhere deep in the static. Bridge conditions unstable. Detour recommended. The engine idles, though I can't feel it. The road ahead stretches smooth and untouched, like nothing ever happened. For a long moment, I don't move. I just sit there, my breath catching on the edge of disbelief. Then I see it through the windshield. The bridge, only it's not broken anymore. The structure rises ahead of me, silver under the moonlight, cables arching like ribs against the pale sky. It looks perfect, unscarred, but something about it feels wrong, like a photograph of a place that no longer exists. The air around it doesn't move. No wind, no sound, just that suspended quiet. I glance beside me. The passenger seat is empty, but the seatbelt, it's buckled. The faint imprint of someone sitting there presses into the worn leather. I tell myself to breathe, to think. Maybe I blacked out. Maybe this is shock. Maybe I've been sitting here imagining all of it. The hitchhiker, the voice, the fall. I grip the wheel again, turn the key. The truck hums obediently. Headlights flare. The bridge waits. I start forward. The first few feet feel normal. The tires roll smoothly. The hum of the engine steadies. The headlights trace the white lines on the pavement, like a heartbeat trying to find rhythm again. But as I reach the middle of the bridge, the air changes. It thickens. The temperature drops, though the desert outside still glows with that faint, dry heat. My breath clouds faintly in front of me. The glass fogs at the edges, and then I hear it faint at first, then clearer. Footsteps, somewhere above me, or below. Slow, steady, measured, like someone walking across the steel beams, pacing in time with the engine's rumble. I turn the radio off. The sound remains. For every 2 heartbeats, 1 footstep. I roll the window down an inch. The night air drifts in cold, sterile, empty. The footsteps stop. "Hello?" I whisper, though the word feels strange in my mouth. Silence. Then, softly, a voice from behind me, the same one from the radio. Only closer now. Textured, human. "Why are you still driving?" My hand slips on the steering wheel. I turn, heart hammering, The passenger seat is no longer empty. He's there again. The hitchhiker. Or me. His face is clearer now. Not pale, not shadowed, but familiar, too familiar. Every scar, every tired line under the eyes, even the small cut near my chin from shaving last week. Except his skin looks faintly translucent, as if a thin veil of glass separates him from the world. I told you, he says softly. The bridge wasn't meant to be crossed. I try to speak, but the words won't form. My mouth feels full of dust. He leans closer. You didn't listen. The truck drifts slightly to the right. The edge of the bridge flickers in the headlights for a second. I see the drop again, the broken railing, the void yawning beneath. I wrench the wheel back, but the road doesn't respond the same way it should. It feels elastic, almost breathing under the tires. You're not supposed to be here, he murmurs. This is where it ends. Every time. What do you mean? My voice breaks on the last word. He doesn't answer. Instead, he lifts a hand and points through the windshield. Far ahead, at the end of the bridge, I see lights. 2 of them. Headlights. Another truck. It's identical. Same color, same shape, same cracks on the windshield. It's me, driving toward myself. My reflection's voice is Kiet. You never stopped. The other truck doesn't slow down. The headlights grow brighter, wider, blinding. Stop, I shout. I slam the brakes, but the pedal sinks into nothing. No resistance. No sound. Stop. There. The other truck mirrors my movement perfectly. Both of us frozen in the same horror. The bridge beneath us hums like a live wire. The metal vibrates with a deep, resonant tone, a sound that isn't quite physical. Then, in that instant before collision, the other me smiles. Not cruel, not kind, just resigned, and the world folds in on itself. A blinding flash, a roar, and then stillness. When the light fades, I'm standing outside the truck. Not sitting, standing, in the middle of the bridge. The vehicle is gone. The night is soft again, quiet, harmless. The stars above seem closer now, trembling faintly. The air smells of ozone and rust. A shadow moves beside me. It's him, the hitchhiker. The reflection, whatever he is. He looks at me, his expression unreadable. You keep driving, he says. Every time. You reach the bridge. You fall. You wake up before it happens. And you drive again. Angst, I whisper. Why? Because you never believed you were already gone. The bridge creaks. The sound travels through the steel like a sigh. He starts walking toward the far end, his steps slow, echoing. Come on, he says. It's time. I don't move. My body feels distant, heavy. The desert wind returns, brushing against my skin like a memory. I glance down at the pavement. The white line beneath my feet splits faintly, a crack, dark and deep, widening with each breath. And through it, I see something glowing headlights, moving slowly upward, tracing the same curve, the same bridge. Another truck, another me, and I understand. The road isn't a road at all. It's a loop, a purgatory built of asphalt and regret. The radio static flickers faintly in the distance. The familiar voice returns, calm and eternal. Point low visibility. Drive safe. Reroute advised. I step forward once, just to see if I can. The bridge hums softly underfoot, not threatening, almost welcoming. Then the light swallows everything, and for the briefest moment, I hear the sound of my own voice whispering from the radio, tired, low, almost tender. Keep your lights on, Mike. The road never ends. There's a rhythm to the road when you've been driving too long, the kind that hums beneath your ribs and convinces your pulse to follow. It's the rhythm that tells you the world still moves, that you still move, that the engine hasn't stopped yet. That's what I cling to now. The truck hums softly beneath me. My hands rest on the wheel, the leather warm under my palms. Ahead, the desert opens wide, endless, pale, almost forgiving. The bridge is behind me, or maybe it never was. I blink, and the dashboard clock catches my eye. 2:13 a.m., the same time it's always been. The radio clicks softly, like an exhale. Static washes through the cabin. I wait for the voice, that steady, hypnotic voice that's been with me since the first mile of this stretch. Midnight forecast. Dry winds through the Mojave. Visibility low beyond marker 40. Stay alert, drivers. The same words. The same careful tone. I know what comes next. And remember, the bridge ahead remains closed for repair. I finish the sentence before the voice does. Then, silence. Outside, the desert is a soft blur, a place that exists more in memory than in form. The road stretches ahead, pale under the moonlight. No horizon in sight. It feels like I've been here before, 100 times, 1,000. My throat feels dry. I reach for the thermos beside me. It's still warm, how? I don't know. The scent of burnt coffee fills the cab. I take a sip and let the bitterness anchor me. I tell myself, this time is different. This time I'll stop before the bridge. I'll pull over. I'll rest. I'll breathe. I glance in the side mirror. The reflection stares back at me, tired eyes, a faint tremor in the jawline. But something about the reflection is off. The lighting, maybe. The delay in movement. Like the mirror image is thinking before I do. My reflection smiles a little too late. The thermos slips from my hand and hits the floor. When I reach to pick it up, I notice something on the passenger seat, a folded piece of paper. I don't remember leaving it there. I unfold it slowly, half expecting it to dissolve in my hands. The handwriting is mine. I know that messy scrawl anywhere. 2 words. Stay awake. I stare at the note until the ink seems to shimmer, until the edges blur into the dim light of the cab. And then I remember 10 miles before. The hitchhiker, the bridge, the fall, the loop. Every version of me must have written the same warning. Maybe one of them made it further, maybe not. The radio clicks again. The static sharpens into shape. Good evening, Mike. My chest tightens. You're still driving. I swallow hard, my throat burning. Who are you? I whisper, but the question sounds smaller than I intend. You already know. The voice has softened. It doesn't sound distant now. It sounds like me, my tone, my rhythm, my tired drawl after a 12-hour drive. You left yourself a message, it continues. Do you remember why? I look at the note again. Stay awake. You were supposed to stop before the bridge, but you never do. The hum of the tires deepens, turns hollow. I glance outside. The white lines are fading, dissolving into the darkness like chalk washing off wet pavement. You keep trying to outrun it, the voice says, but there's no outrunning something that's inside you. The lights flicker. The desert shifts. For a brief second, I see another truck in the distance ahead, faint, ghostly, tail lights glowing like coals. Mine. I know it's mine. I can almost see my own head silhouetted through the rear window. No, I whisper. Not again. I slam the brakes. The truck jerks but doesn't stop. The road stretches, bends, folds back into itself. The headlights blur, doubling, tripling, multiplying until I can't tell which set belongs to me anymore. And then, quietly, the radio voice speaks again, lower now. Intimate, almost kind. It's not a bridge, Mike. It's a loop. It's always been a loop. Oh, the hum becomes a drone, vibrating in my bones. I grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles white. The voice continues. The first time, you fell asleep. The second time, you woke too late. The third time, you tried to turn back. But every road leads here. I open my mouth, but there's nothing to say. There's no protest left in me. The desert outside shifts again, dunes flicker, reshape, dissolve into the shimmer of heat and headlights. I can't tell if it's night anymore, or if the darkness is just a reflection of the cab interior. And then I see him, walking along the shoulder of the road, thumb out, head down. The hitchhiker waits. I know what happens next. I know if I stop, it begins again. If I keep going, it begins again. But something inside me, something small, fragile, human wants to try. So I slow down. The gravel crunches under the tires. The figure lifts its head. He looks like me, but not exactly. The eyes are heavier, the face line deeper. Maybe he's from the last loop. Maybe he's from the first. I roll down the window, my voice barely a breath. You coming? He hesitates, then nods. The passenger door opens. He climbs in. The seat creaks under his weight. Neither of us looks at the other. The radio hums again. Traffic update. Expect delays ahead. Repeat delays ahead. We drive in silence. The desert wind howls faintly, but it sounds more like whispering now. Layered voices murmuring beneath the static. I glance sideways. The hitchhiker's face flickers in and out, like a candle in a draft. Sometimes he's solid, sometimes just a shadow. Do you remember? He asks suddenly. My voice cracks. Remember what? How it ends. I stare ahead. The horizon brightens not with sunlight, but with the pale shimmer of the bridge returning. I think I do, I whisper. He nods. Then this time maybe let go. The words hang there. Heavy. Final. The bridge looms ahead, impossibly clean, flawless. The cables glint like threads of glass. I take my foot off the gas. The truck coasts. Soft, quiet. The hum fades into the heartbeat of the engine. I glance at him one last time. His form is fading now, dissolving into the air. He smiles tired, kind, like he's already at peace. And then he's gone. The passenger seat is empty again. The radio voice speaks softly, almost a whisper in my ear. You can rest now. For the first time, I don't feel afraid. I take my hands off the wheel. The truck moves on its own, gliding soundlessly across the bridge. The stars shimmer above like distant headlights. The desert opens, the air thinning into something almost gentle, and somewhere in the static, the voice hums a tune. I recognize an old lullaby, maybe, or the sound of a road that never really ends. When the bridge vanishes beneath me, I don't fall this time. I float. The desert below folds into itself. The sky bends inward, and I am both driver and passenger, both awake and asleep, both leaving and arriving. And then nothing. No crash. No sound. Just stillness. The kind that feels like rest. The kind that feels like ending. Hours later, or years, or never, a radio signal hums faintly through the static, searching for receivers that no longer exist. Good evening, travelers. If you're hearing this, you've reached the end of the highway. Stay safe out there. And remember, not every road takes you somewhere. Some roads just bring you back. The Memory Architect. When I first moved into the apartment on the corner of Vale and Mercer, I told myself I wanted something temporary, something neutral. Somewhere between a pause and a beginning. The city was loud enough to drown out most thoughts. But this place, this strange, slate-colored building with its clean lines and opaque windows, had a stillness that felt almost deliberate. It stood among the others like it didn't want to be noticed, like a building holding its breath. I remember the smell when I first stepped inside. Varnish, metal, and something faintly sweet, like dust warmed by sunlight. The leasing agent, a woman in a beige coat, smiled as she handed me the key, and for a moment her expression faltered. I couldn't tell if she'd forgotten something or remembered too much. The apartment itself was small, just one bedroom, one bath, a narrow balcony that faced the street below. It had been renovated recently, the walls too white, the wood floors gleaming unnaturally, the scent of paint lingering like a ghost that refused to leave. There were no traces of anyone before me. No scratches on the wall, no stains, no nails left in the plaster. It felt clean in a way that didn't feel right. Clean like a memory wiped too many times. That first night I unpacked slowly. Every item I placed seemed to echo. A mug against the counter, the sound of a zipper, the hum of the refrigerator in the next room. It all sounded too distinct, as if the air itself hadn't learned how to absorb sound yet. I told myself it was just newness. Empty spaces have their own acoustics. When I went to bed, I left the blinds open. The city lights stretched through the glass like pale ribbons, turning everything silver. I watched them flicker across the walls until my eyes blurred. And in that blurring, just before I fell asleep, I thought I saw something, a shadow bending near the edge of the wall, low and human-shaped, though no one could have been there. I told myself it was just exhaustion. Architects are always half-dreaming anyway. I'd been working too many hours, staring too long at blueprints, my mind stitching and unstitching walls in my sleep. Maybe that's why I didn't notice, at first, how strange the layout of the apartment really was. The proportions weren't right. The kitchen was too deep compared to the width of the living room. The window frames didn't align with the ceiling's pattern, and the light switches, there were 3 near the entrance, but only 2 worked. When I asked the building manager about it, he shrugged and said, "Old wiring. Some of the switches were from earlier plans, as if this place had been redesigned too many times to remember what it was supposed to be." On the 3rd day, I found something lodged behind the bathroom mirror, a small key, blackened and cold. It was tucked between the frame and the wall, the metal almost fused to the paint. I don't remember exactly why I pulled it out, or why my fingers trembled when I touched it. It was heavier than it should have been, and when I turned it over, There were faint scratches across the surface numbers maybe, though worn away. I placed it in a drawer and forgot about it, or I tried to. But every time I walked past the bathroom, I felt it again. A kind of awareness, as if the walls themselves were holding something tight. A week later, I began hearing the sound. A faint tapping, rhythmic and slow. It came from beneath the floorboards, like someone working with a small hammer far below. At first I thought it was the neighbors, or plumbing, or the building settling, but it always came at the same hour just before dawn, when the city turned silent enough for the smallest noises to sound enormous. That's when the dreams began. I would wake with the feeling that I'd been standing somewhere else, another version of this room maybe, lit by a yellow light, walls half finished. Sometimes I could smell sawdust, or oil, or the metallic tang of blood on my hands. Once, I woke to find dirt beneath my nails. I tried to explain it away. Stress, overwork, memory interference, my mind stitching old projects into my new surroundings. But architecture doesn't hum, and it doesn't breathe. By the end of that month, I started sketching again, not by choice, but because I needed to see what I was remembering. Late one night, with a glass of wine beside me and the city murmuring below, I took out a blank sheet and began drawing the apartment. But when I looked down, I realized I wasn't drawing this apartment. The hallway in my sketch curved slightly left. The bedroom had 2 windows instead of 1. There was a crawl space in the living room floor. I stared at it for a long time, the pencil trembling in my hand, because the image felt familiar, like something I'd built before. I tried to recall the building's blueprints, but I never saw them. The leasing agent had only shown me glossy renderings, nothing detailed. I told myself I'd ask, but I never did. I think part of me didn't want to know. Still, the noises continued. The faint hammering, sometimes shifting to a dragging sound, sometimes a sigh. And then, the letters began to appear. The first one was under the kitchen tile. I dropped a spoon, and when I bent to pick it up, I saw the edge of a folded paper peeking through a crack between tiles. It was yellowed and thin, as if it had been there for years. There were only a few words, written in slanted handwriting. "Don't forget what you've built." I laughed at first. Some kind of prank, I thought. A leftover note from a worker. But when I turned it over, there was a small drawing, a floor plan. And it was identical to the one I'd drawn in my sketchbook, the one with the extra crawl space. That night, I didn't sleep. I walked through every corner of the apartment, tracing the walls, tapping them softly. When I reached the living room, I noticed the floor felt hollow in one spot. I knelt, pressed my ear to it, and heard something faint metal, shifting. There had to be a compartment beneath. I tried to pry at the edges, but the boards wouldn't move. Still, the sound seemed to grow louder each time I passed that part of the floor, as if whatever was beneath wanted to be remembered. I stopped inviting people over. I stopped answering calls. Days began to blend together. The apartment changed with the light some mornings. It looked larger. At dusk, the corners seemed to shrink inward, the shadows reaching for me. I could almost hear the walls exhale when I left a room. And then, one evening, I found the second key. It was inside the freezer, buried beneath the ice tray. I'd only noticed it because the ice cubes refused to freeze properly. They stayed cloudy and soft, melting into strange shapes. The key was identical to the first one, except for a small tag attached by a thread. It read, #4. I didn't understand what it meant. Not until much later. That night, I placed both keys on my bedside table, side by side. I told myself I would throw them out in the morning, but when I woke, they were gone. In their place was a note, written in the same hand as before. "You've moved again, Alara. This time, remember." I sat there for a long time, the note trembling in my fingers, the sun spilling pale light through the blinds, and somewhere below the floor, faint but certain, I heard it again, the rhythmic tapping, like someone rebuilding the same room, over and over. I didn't open the note again for 2 days. I kept it folded tightly inside a drawer, beneath old sketches and receipts, like a wound I couldn't look at yet. But even through the wood, I could feel it, its quiet insistence, the shape of the words pressing through the paper as if they wanted to sink into me. By the third night, I couldn't stand it anymore. I sat at my desk with only the desk lamp on. The rest of the apartment blurred into soft darkness, and unfolded it. The words hadn't changed. "You've moved again, Alara. This time, remember." But in the faint ring of coffee stain near the edge, I noticed something new. A thin outline of a rectangle drawn in pencil, small and uneven, like someone had been sketching the shape of a door. I stared at it for a long time, and without really deciding to, I got down on my knees and pressed my palm against the floorboards near the living room wall, the place that had always felt a little off, a little hollow. The boards were colder there, as if the air beneath had never been touched by light. I knocked softly, once, twice. The sound that came back wasn't an echo. It was a pulse. It was enough. I went to the kitchen and fetched a small hammer from the drawer, the one I used to hang art I never bothered to hang. My reflection wavered in the dark window as I knelt again, the city beyond looking strangely distant, like a painted backdrop. I tapped at the floor until I heard that sound again, the one that wasn't wood on wood, but something deeper. The first board lifted easily, almost too easily, the nails coming out clean as if they'd been waiting for me. Beneath was a thin layer of dust, untouched but somehow breathing. I pried away the next, and the next, until a narrow cavity began to take shape. It wasn't deep, maybe a foot or two, but lined with metal along the edges, like the frame of a drawer. And inside, beneath the fine layer of dust, was a box. It was old, wooden, edges smooth with age, a small brass latch in front. My hands shook as I lifted it out. It wasn't heavy, but the air around it thickened, like the whole room leaned closer. When I opened it, there were three things inside: a small hammer, a faded photograph, and a book, more precisely, a journal, bound in cracked leather, its edges worn to softness. The photograph was of a man standing beside a half-built wall. His face was turned slightly away, but his hands were calloused, his posture familiar. The background looked like this apartment or something that wanted to be it. And then, the journal. The first few pages were smeared, water-stained, but I could still make out fragments, dates, measurements, room dimensions, written with precise care. Each entry described a small detail: walls rebuilt, doors repositioned, names of tenants scribbled in the margins. And again, one phrase repeating like a heartbeat through the pages: the memory must match the structure. I read those words over and over, feeling them settle beneath my skin. The handwriting changed halfway through, sharper, hurried. That's when the entries grew stranger. They said to seal the old floors first. Said the sound bothers them. I keep hearing her walk above me, even when the place is empty. They don't want traces. But how do you build clean when the walls remember? My breath slowed. The handwriting shook. Every new tenant forgets the last. Every room resets. But I see them in the grain of the wood, in the plaster that won't hold paint. They've built 7 so far. I think she's been in 4 of them. The number, 4, the same as the tag on the key. I closed the book, the sound of it echoing too long in the small room. I sat there, motionless, my heartbeat loud enough to drown the city outside. If what this man wrote was true, if every tenant was being rebuilt, room by room, memory by memory, then what was I? The newest design, or one of the earlier ones that hadn't yet been erased? I needed to see the floor again. There, near the hole I'd made, I noticed a faint seam I hadn't seen before, a perfect line running perpendicular to the others, forming a hidden square in the planks. I brushed away the dust, and something shimmered faintly beneath. Metal. The hammer in the box fit the edge perfectly, like a key in a lock. I wedged it in, pulled upward, and the panel lifted with a sigh, the air rushing out as if it had been trapped for years. A smell followed earth, iron, and something faintly organic. Inside was another layer of space, a narrow tunnel, wood-paneled but unfinished, stretching beneath the apartment toward what should have been the outer wall. I hesitated, the air cool against my face, my breath forming small ghosts. I don't remember making the decision to crawl inside. Only the feeling of the wood pressing against my palms, the hammer held tight in my hand. The tunnel was smaller than I expected. I had to bend my shoulders inward. The light from above dimmed with each step. After a few feet, I found another small opening, like a hatch. I lifted it, and there beneath my apartment was another room. It was the same furniture, the same arrangement, the same faint smell of paint and varnish. But there were differences too. The clock on the wall was stopped at 2:13. The coffee mug on the counter had lipstick on its rim. My lipstick. I stood there, staring at the duplicate of my life, a second Ilara's space waiting in the dark. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a shadow, shifting at the far end of the room. But when I blinked, it was gone. I climbed back up quickly, my heart pounding, and slammed the hatch shut. When I looked around, the light from my own apartment had changed. The city outside the window was gone, only fog now, thick and colorless. The hum of traffic replaced by something else, a low vibration, like the entire building inhaling. On the counter, where I'd left the photograph, something new had appeared, a folded note, same handwriting. Every floor forgets. You are on number 5. I dropped it. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly fell against the wall. Outside, or maybe beneath, the tapping started again. Louder now, more deliberate. Hammer against wood, building, rebuilding, memory against memory. I sat on the floor for what felt like hours, the sound threading itself into my heartbeat until I couldn't tell where I ended, and it began. Eventually, the tapping stopped, and in that silence, I realized the strangest thing of all. The floor beneath me felt warm, like someone was still down there, still working, still remembering. I didn't sleep after that night. Or maybe I did, and simply forgot the part where I woke up. It's difficult to tell the difference anymore. When the morning came, or what passed for morning, through the thick fog pressing against the window, I made coffee and sat on the kitchen floor beside the hole I had opened. The air that leaked from it was cooler than the rest of the apartment, carrying that same smell of dust and iron, like something old trying to breathe again. The journal was still there, lying open where I'd left it. The last line I'd read had smudged faintly overnight, as though a damp thumb had brushed against it. I hadn't touched it. I know I hadn't. Every floor forgets. Those words circled my mind like a whisper that refused to fade. If every floor of the building held another apartment, another version of me, then the boundaries between them weren't walls, they were layers of memory, built and rebuilt, designed to repeat. I ran my fingers along the exposed edge of the floorboard. Beneath the grain, I could feel the faint vibration of machinery, soft but constant, like a living pulse. I wondered if the building was humming to itself or to me. The logical part of my mind, the one that had studied structures and layouts and patterns, tried to reason it out. Maybe the building had an old service crawl space. Maybe what I saw was a reflection of my own apartment, warped through heat or dust. But the other part, the one that had begun to dream while awake, whispered something else. That what I saw below wasn't an illusion at all. It was memory-made architecture. By noon, I couldn't bear the stillness anymore. I took the journal, the box, and the small hammer, and began exploring the rest of the apartment. Every room had an irregularity if you looked long enough. A wall that felt too thick, a seam that caught the light at the wrong angle. The bedroom, especially. One section of wall near the wardrobe looked freshly painted, but beneath the paint the plaster bulged slightly, as if something waited just under the surface. I tapped it gently. Hollow, the hammer fit perfectly in my palm. I struck once, then again, until the surface gave way with a dry sigh. Behind it was not wiring, not insulation, but a stack of rolled-up papers bound with twine, blueprints, dozens of them. I pulled them out and spread them across the floor, brushing away dust with my sleeve. The lines were meticulous, drawn with a steady hand, identical floor plans of this apartment, replicated again and again, each labeled with a number in the corner, 1 ampere, 2B, 3 amperes, and so on. At first, I thought they were identical. Then I noticed the faint alterations. A window shifted an inch to the left. A door frame narrowed. The outline of a bedroom moved. And in the margins, tiny notes written in the same sharp handwriting from the journal. Tenant retains emotional memory of window. Adjust placement. Recreate scent of cedar. First iteration failed. Subject name, E. Keep constant to preserve orientation. My breath stilled. They were documenting me. Not only the shape of the rooms, but the architecture of my own perception, the ways I attached feeling to space, memory to material. Someone was studying what made a home feel familiar. Someone was rebuilding it until I could no longer tell the difference. I traced one of the lines with my fingertip and felt the strangest flicker behind my eyes, like a flash of déjà vu that wasn't mine. For a moment, the room around me seemed to shift slightly, the walls breathing inward. The air thickened, humming quietly, as if the building had recognized the touch of its own blueprint. I backed away, the paper crinkling underfoot. My mind felt split open between what was drawn and what was real. That's when I heard it again, faint, steady, rhythmic, hammering. From below, it came in measured intervals, deliberate, almost patient. Each strike carried through the wooden floor like a heartbeat out of sync with my own. I knelt, pressing my ear to the ground. Between the thuds, I heard something else, a voice. Faint, distorted by distance, the syllables blurred but familiar, in a way that made my stomach twist. It was a woman's voice. She was humming. I couldn't make out the tune, only that it rose and fell like breathing. And with every rise, the vibration of the building shifted, aligning with her rhythm. I whispered into the floor before I could stop myself. "Who's there?" No reply, only a long pause. And then one more sound. Not the hammer this time, but 3 slow knocks, directly beneath where my hand rested. Knock, knock, knock. The kind of pattern people use when they expect an answer. I forced myself to stand, to step back, to breathe. The fog outside had deepened again, erasing the world beyond the window. I could see only my reflection, pale, wide-eyed, framed by a room that now felt slightly off-center, as though the geometry itself had warped. On the table behind me, one of the blueprints fluttered, though there was no breeze. A line had appeared that I hadn't drawn, a thin pencil mark cutting across the page, forming a rectangle where there hadn't been one before. The space labeled living room now had an addition, a stairwell descending into nothing, and next to it, in the margin, a single handwritten phrase, access granted, floor 6 under construction. I dropped the paper, the words echoing inside me like a cold bell. Floor 6, another version, another me. The knocking stopped, replaced by the faint metallic click of tools. Someone or something was working beneath the surface again. I could almost picture them, a builder with hollow eyes and memoryless hands, assembling the next shape of my life, board by board. I tried to tell myself I should leave, pack what little I had and run. But as I stood by the door, something strange happened. My hand hesitated on the knob, as if it didn't quite remember how to turn it. It wasn't locked. I knew that, but when I pulled, it didn't open. The hallway beyond remained only a suggestion, blurred, incomplete. A realization crept over me slowly, like a shadow spreading beneath the skin. Maybe the door wasn't finished yet. Maybe I wasn't. I turned back toward the blueprints scattered across the floor, their pale lines gleaming faintly in the dim light. Somewhere beneath my feet, the hammering began again, steady, patient, familiar. This time I almost thought I recognized the rhythm. It matched the sound of my own heartbeat. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke to the sound of my own name. It was faint at first, drifting through the apartment like a thread of wind. Alara, not shouted, not whispered, spoken in the way a builder might test the weight of a word before setting it into the foundation. I sat up, the sheets tangled around me. The clock on the nightstand blinked 2:13, always 2:13. The same time frozen on the clock in the mirrored apartment below. The fog outside had turned a deeper shade of gray, the kind that erases edges, turning every building into a faint silhouette. I went to the window, pressing my forehead against the glass. Across the courtyard, through the mist, I could see the faint outlines of the other apartments' windows just like mine. Curtains drawn, lights flickering in perfect rhythm with my own. And then I saw her. In one of the opposite windows, a woman stood. She looked exactly like me. Her hair was the same shade, the same length. Her hand rested on the glass in the same way mine did. But she was a beat behind every movement I made. She echoed a second later. I raised my hand. She raised hers. I stepped back. So did she. At first, I thought it was a reflection. But the window behind her showed a slightly different room, the plant on the sill taller, the picture on the wall tilted the wrong way. I stared until the breath fogged the glass, and then she smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It wasn't even human, not in the way expressions usually connect. It was as though her face had been built to approximate my own, but the emotion beneath had been misplaced. That's when I noticed. The light in her apartment was brighter, warmer. Mine was dimmer now, shadows pooled in corners where they hadn't been before. The more I watched, the more I realized there were other windows, 2 faint squares glowing through the fog, stacked above and below, each one a copy of my life in various states of completion. In some, the furniture was covered with cloth. In others, I could see movement figures pacing, sitting, standing still, each one slightly different, each one me. I don't know how long I stood there. long enough for my reflection or her to tilt her head and whisper something I couldn't hear. Her lips formed a shape, slow, deliberate, until I understood. She mouthed the words, "You're almost done." A soft creak behind me broke the trance. I turned. The door to the hallway was open. I didn't remember unlocking it. Beyond, the corridor stretched further than it should have too long, with more doors than the floor plan allowed, each identical, each marked with a small brass number. I stepped out barefoot, the floor cold beneath my feet. The sound of hammering followed faintly from somewhere below, muffled but rhythmic. The air in the hallway was different, thicker, heavier, smelling faintly of varnish and something metallic. I passed doors labeled 3 amperes, 3B 4 amperes. When I reached 4B, my fingers hesitated on the knob. Inside, I could hear breathing, not labored or panicked, but steady, a quiet human sound that somehow made my own lungs tighten. I pushed the door open. The room beyond was mine. Or rather, a cleaner, newer version of it. Everything arranged just so, as though waiting for someone to move in. The same couch, the same books, the same small plant by the window, except this one was alive, vibrant, its leaves green and reaching for the light. And there, sitting at the desk, was me. She didn't look up immediately. She was writing something, her hand moving slowly across a piece of paper. Her movements were methodical, deliberate, the way I draw blueprints. I stepped closer, my heart beating in my throat. When she finally turned to look at me, her expression was calm, almost kind. "Elara," she said. Her voice was softer than mine, but it carried a strange weight, as though she'd been waiting a long time to say my name. "I hoped you wouldn't open the door yet." I couldn't speak. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. She smiled again, not the twisted reflection smile, but something weary, familiar. "You're not supposed to see this part," she continued, folding the paper carefully. "It's easier if you don't." I stared at the page she'd been writing on. It was covered in small, neat handwriting notes, measurements, dates. The heading at the top read, "Iteration 6. What is this?" I finally managed. She sighed, standing slowly. "Replication," she said simply. "They build until the memory holds, until the tenant forgets she's been here before, until the walls stop remembering." She stepped closer, her eyes almost glowing in the dim light. "You were never meant to see the blueprints. You were meant to be one." Her words landed softly, almost tenderly, but beneath them was a truth that hollowed me out. I looked around again, the walls too clean, the smell too new, the paint still wet in some places. "This one," she continued, "is better. The last version broke too soon. You found the journal too early. You dug too deep. They'll fix that this time." I backed away. "They?" She tilted her head toward the ceiling, as though listening to something. "The ones who built the building," she whispered. "The ones who erase. The ones who make sure you always come back." I felt the floor beneath my feet begin to vibrate faintly, then stronger, a pulse rising through the boards like a heartbeat. The lights flickered. "They're rebuilding," she murmured. "You should go back upstairs before the walls close." I turned and ran. The hallway was longer now, stretching endlessly ahead, doors multiplying as I passed. Behind me, her voice echoed distant, distorted, repeating itself like an old recording. "You were never supposed to see this part." When I finally stumbled into my own apartment, the air was different again. Warmer, newer. The hole in the floor was gone. The blueprints neatly stacked on the table. The photograph of the builder now framed and hanging on the wall. Only one thing remained unchanged, the journal. It lay open on the counter, a new page exposed. The handwriting wasn't the builder's anymore. It was mine. Iteration 7. Walls stable. Memory mostly intact. Subject shows resistance to reconstruction. Advised partial reset at 2:13 a.m. I stared at it until the words blurred. The realization crept through me like frost. I had written this. I had been the builder all along. Or at least, one of them. Outside, through the fogged glass, the woman in the other window watched me again. Only this time she didn't mirror me. She turned away, as if she had finished her work. And in that moment, I felt it, a subtle shift, a tremor in the bones of the building. Another floor being born. Another version of me, somewhere below, waking up to the same silence, the same fog, the same faint smell of varnish and iron. The loop tightening, The replication complete. When I woke again, the air smelled faintly of dust and paint. That same sterile freshness that always comes after something new has been built or after something old has been erased. My first thought was simple, ordinary. Coffee. It was only after I stood up that I realized I didn't remember where the kitchen was. The apartment looked familiar, but in that uncomfortable way dreams sometimes feel familiar, all the details slightly off, like someone had drawn my memories from memory. The couch was the same color, but shorter. The bookshelf had fewer books. The window, smaller. When I touched the wall, it felt warm, alive, almost humming softly beneath my palm. I whispered to myself, "I'm home," but the words felt rehearsed, like a line I'd said before. Then, from somewhere deep inside the walls, came a sound I'd begun to dread. Tap, 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 the faint echo of hammering, the same rhythm as before, except this time it wasn't below. It was behind the wall. I pressed my ear closer. The sound grew clearer, a faint scrape of metal, the pull of a nail, then paper rustling. My heart stuttered when I heard a man's voice murmuring, calm, low, like he was reading something to himself. Iteration 7. Foundation stable. Tenant compliant. I froze. Then, as if sensing me, the hammering stopped. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch, watching the light from the street lamps flicker through the blinds. Every shadow looked wrong, every corner too deep. At 2:13 a.m., the lamp by the bed turned off by itself, and in the dark, I saw movement, faint shapes, shifting in the glass reflection of the window. Not one version of me this time, but many. A dozen faces behind mine, overlapping, like layers of old photographs. They weren't copies anymore. They were previous. And they were watching me. Their mouths moved in unison, whispering something I couldn't hear. I leaned closer. Then the whispers sharpened, like a chorus dragged through static. "You've been here before." I stumbled backward, the chair toppling. The apartment seemed to tilt, reality bending as though the walls were breathing around me. And then I heard the front door unlock. The hallway was bright this time, fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I stepped out and froze. Every door down the hall was open, and from each one, someone stepped out. Each woman looked like me, but not exactly. Some older, some younger, some with scars, some with fear burned into their faces. They all stared at me in silence. And then, one by one, they turned their heads upward. That's when I heard it, a slow mechanical grind above us, the sound of the ceiling shifting. When I looked up, the fluorescent panels had begun to slide open, revealing a space above another hallway, identical, but inverted. And through the gaps, I saw more doors, more tenants, more Ilaras, each one standing still, looking down at us. I whispered, "How many are there?" The one closest to me, her eyes hollow, her hands trembling, replied softly, enough to keep the memory intact. Then, as if on cue, the light flickered again. When it came back, they were gone. The hall was empty, the doors closed. I ran, down the stairs, through the corridor, past the mailboxes that all bore the same name, E. Marin. Every floor I passed looked the same smell, same hum, same framed photograph of the architect with the caption, Ilara Marin, lead designer, Memory Complex Project. My vision blurred. The walls seemed to pulse with each breath I took, whispering softly, the sound of overlapping voices all mine. I pushed open the door to the lobby, but there was no lobby, only another apartment. My apartment, the same couch, the same lamp, the same smell of fresh paint, except this time, the window was gone. Only a wall remained smooth, seamless, perfect. And there, on the wall, written faintly in pencil, were words I recognized in my own handwriting. Iteration 8. Subject aware of replication process. Reset initiated. The moment I read it, the hum inside the wall deepened, turning into a low vibration that rattled the floor. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. My vision dimmed, fading into gray. The last thing I saw was the faint outline of a door forming in the wall, not built, but grown out of it, like the building itself was rewriting reality. The door opened. A man stepped through, face covered in dust, wearing a builder's apron. His eyes were kind, tired, familiar. He smiled. "Welcome home, Miss Marin. The new unit's ready." Then, as the world dissolved into static, I heard the final echo, the hammering starting again. Tap, tap, tap. Reset complete. The unsent text. I didn't mean to send it. That's the first thing I need you to understand. The message wasn't supposed to leave my phone. Wasn't supposed to cross that invisible line between my regret and her eyes. It was just a thought, an ugly heat-born pulse of anger that I'd tried to smother before it became something real. But sometimes words don't wait for you to decide. They escape you, like breath you didn't realize you were holding. It was raining that night. Not the cinematic kind of rain, the slow, relentless drizzle that slides down glass and leaves behind only a dull reflection of streetlights. I sat by the window, the phone heavy in my hand. My thumb hovered over the glowing screen, over that little text box where we pour the best and worst of ourselves into pixels. The fight had been stupid. I think they always are, in hindsight. Something about forgetting to call, about never being there enough, about how I seemed to love the quiet more than I loved her. Maybe she was right. Maybe I did. I remember typing fast, the words forming before I could stop them. You make everything feel like an obligation, even love. Then another line, sharper. Maybe we were happier when we pretended to care. And then, before the smallest rational part of me could say, don't, my thumb brushed the send icon. A soft, bright click. And that was it. Except it wasn't. The message didn't send. It just sat there, hanging between us in a little gray bubble with a single word beneath it. Sending. I watched it for a few seconds, expecting the word to vanish, replaced by a delivered tick or the comfort of failure. But it didn't move. It pulsed faintly, as though breathing. I tried again, turned off the Wi-Fi, switched to data, toggled airplane mode. Nothing. Still. Sending. I set the phone down and stared at it. It was strange how that one word seemed to fill the room, the way silence does after a scream. I felt it vibrating at the edge of hearing, like something alive inside the circuitry. Minutes passed, then an hour, still sending. I went to bed without turning off the lamp. I remember lying there, half awake, feeling the faint warmth of the phone against the nightstand. Every few minutes, I'd glance over and see the same faint glow. At some point, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of a sound like typing. Not the sound itself, but its rhythm. A pattern. 4 taps, pause, 2 taps, pause, 3, a heartbeat in binary. When I woke, the phone screen was dark. Morning light crept in weakly, gray and cold. I made coffee, though I didn't taste it. My hands kept brushing the phone as if expecting a vibration that never came. I told myself to forget it, to send an apology, to move on. But the thought of opening the Messages app made my stomach twist. When I finally did, the chat with Jenna was at the top, as if it had been waiting. The last message mine still hadn't sent. Sending. I pressed and held it, choosing delete. The option blinked for a moment, then vanished. The message stayed. I tried again, and again. The same result. It refused to leave. Something in me began to fray. That subtle kind of panic that doesn't show on your face but seeps into your breath. I deleted the entire thread. The screen froze, flickered, then restored itself exactly as before. My words, my timestamp, the unfinished act of communication caught in the loop of trying. Sending. I turned the phone off, held the button down until the logo disappeared, waited, then powered it on again. Still there. It was like the device had grown a conscience, like it refused to let go of my cruelty. By noon, I'd stopped trying. I threw the phone on the couch and left it there while I worked. The apartment felt wrong in its quiet. I kept hearing phantom sounds, the faint click of a key, the whisper of a notification. When I checked, the screen was black. No alerts. That evening, Jenna didn't call. I didn't either. But the silence felt rehearsed, as if both of us were waiting for something to happen first. By the third day, the phone began to hum when I passed by. Not a vibration. A hum, deep in its hardware, like a sigh through static. I told myself I was imagining it, that it was stress, that it was guilt, given shape. Still, I couldn't shake the image of that single message trapped between us, eternally traveling but never arriving. A week later, she called. I almost didn't pick up. The name Jenna glowed faintly on the screen, familiar and terrifying. I swiped to answer, and for a second, all I heard was her breathing, quiet, uneven, as though she'd been crying for a long time. "Seth," she whispered, Do you know what you sent me?" I froze. My throat tightened. I wanted to say nothing, or "it didn't go through," or "I'm sorry." But all I managed was a hoarse, "What do you mean?" Her voice shook, half between sob and disbelief. "You don't remember?" "No," I said. It never sent." There was a long pause. I could hear the faint hiss of distance through the line. Then she said softly, "It did." My pulse quickened. "What?" She inhaled sharply, the sound close to the mic, close to my ear. "You sent me everything, Seth. Every lie, every thought you've ever hidden from me. The things you've done. The things you wanted to do." I started to laugh out of confusion, fear, disbelief, but it came out cracked. "Jenna, that's impossible. I didn't." But she cut me off, whispering, almost afraid of her own words. "I read your whole life last night." The line went dead. The silence afterward wasn't empty. It was dense, like the air before a thunderstorm. I looked down at my phone. The screen was black, and yet I could swear I heard something faint behind the glass. Tapping, soft, steady, rhythmic, like someone typing from the other side. I turned it face down, but the sound didn't stop. That night, I dreamed again. Not of Jenna, not of the fight. I dreamed of a text box white, endless, stretching into darkness. My words appeared, one after another, except they weren't mine. They were moments, images, my first lie, my worst thought, the sound of my own voice when I'd said something cruel and never apologized. And beneath it all, a familiar status line that pulsed faintly. Sending, sending, sending. I woke up gasping, the phone buzzing beside my pillow. One unread message. When I opened it, it wasn't from any number I recognized. Just a blank contact name and a timestamp that read 0. The message said, "You can't delete what you've become." And below that, sending. The morning after Jenna's call, I unplugged the phone and left it on the counter, face down. I thought that would help. It didn't. The silence inside the apartment began to sound like static, like something waiting behind a muted screen. I tried to go about the day, wash the dishes, open the curtains, make breakfast, ordinary things. But every movement felt borrowed, as if the rhythm belonged to someone else. I couldn't shake the idea that somewhere, somehow, my message was still traveling, threading its way through servers, towers, invisible clouds of data. Searching for her, the word sending had become a kind of ghost. I saw it everywhere, on delivery receipts, on the corner of the TV. Even in my dreams, it blinked faintly behind my eyelids. By noon, I gave in and picked up the phone again. The screen lit up instantly, as though it had been awake this whole time, waiting for my touch. There was no new notification, but the background had changed. It wasn't my photo anymore. I used to keep a picture of the lake at Gray Hill, still water, a faded boat, soft light. But now, it was black. No image, no texture, just black. At first I thought maybe it was a glitch. But when I tilted the screen under the light, I saw something faint, almost imperceptible, a reflection, but not mine. The shape was wrong, the angle off. Someone standing slightly behind me, as though the reflection belonged to another observer. I set the phone down carefully and walked away. That night, the air in the apartment felt heavier. I kept the lights low, trying not to look at my phone. It was strange how an object so small could dominate a room without making a sound. Every so often, I thought I heard that faint, mechanical tapping again, the kind that lives in the edges of hearing too soft to be certain, too persistent to ignore. When I finally checked the device, there was one new message. No name, no number, just text. "You started this. Let me finish." Below it, a single status line. Sending. I didn't reply. I couldn't. The cursor blinked at the bottom of the screen, waiting for words that wouldn't come. I closed the app, opened it again. The message was gone. I went to bed early that night, or tried to. The apartment groaned with quiet noises, the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of air vents. Familiar sounds, but they felt staged, as if someone had pressed play on a looped recording of my life. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to light flickering on the ceiling. My phone was on again. The screen pulsed faintly, a dim white glow that brightened and faded like breathing. I picked it up and saw the message thread with Jenna open. The unsent text was gone. In its place was something else. A wall of text, hundreds of lines long, all written from my number. The words were jumbled, fragmented, sentences half finished and rearranged. My thoughts, my memories, my dreams, scattered across the screen like digital debris. I scrolled for what felt like hours, reading things I didn't remember writing, descriptions of moments I'd never lived, of conversations I'd never had. Each line felt like it belonged to someone who wore my voice, who lived in the hollowed-out shell of my habits. I woke up beside her, but she wasn't breathing. The sound of typing comes from inside the mirror. If I stop thinking, will the message stop sending? And near the end, you are not the sender anymore. The phone slipped from my hand. I didn't leave the apartment for 2 days. I kept the curtains closed and unplugged everything I could, router, modem, even the microwave. Still, the phone wouldn't die. Every few hours it would light up, as though exhaling, showing me new messages written in my tone, my syntax, my guilt. Some of them were directed at Jenna. Some were addressed to no one. Some were addressed to me. The boundaries between the written and the real started to erode. When I spoke out loud, I could almost hear my words echo inside the phone, repeating back a second later, distorted and slowed. I started dreaming in text lines of code, status notifications, blinking cursors. Each dream began with a message I didn't remember sending. Each one ended with that same pulsing line, sending, sending. By the 5th day, I decided to destroy it. I wrapped the phone in a towel, placed it on the kitchen floor, and struck it with a hammer. The first hit cracked the glass. The second shattered it completely. Tiny fragments scattered across the tile like black dust. I picked one up small, sharp, almost weightless. The surface reflected a faint blue glow, even though the power was gone. I swept the pieces into a bag and dropped them into the dumpster outside. For the first time in days, I felt something close to relief. When I returned to the apartment, my laptop screen was on. The messaging app, the same one, had opened itself. In the corner of the chat window, a single line blinked. Connecting. Sending. There's a point when fear becomes fatigue. When you're too tired to panic, too hollow to scream. I sat down in front of the screen and watched as letters began to appear, one by one. Not typed by me. Not from anyone I knew. Just appearing. Do you think deleting me deletes what you did? I am only the part that remembers. You built me when you lied. Then, you left me in the signal. Now I'm coming home. The cursor blinked once, twice. Then a new line appeared. Sending. The screen went black. The apartment lights flickered. I sat there, staring at the reflection of my own face in the blank monitor. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw movement behind me, a second shape, its head tilted as if reading over my shoulder. I didn't turn around. Instead, I reached for the power cord and pulled it out of the wall. Sparks flashed, brief and silent. The air smelled of ozone and burnt dust. Everything went dark. For the first time in what felt like forever, the silence was real. I must have dozed off in the chair. When I woke, the sun was just rising. Light stretched across the room, painting the cracked screen in gold. For a brief, fragile moment, I believed it was over. Then the phone rang. It was my number. The sound was faint, almost apologetic. I hesitated before answering. There was no voice on the other end, only static, low and rhythmic, like breathing. Then, buried beneath it, a whisper. "It's still sending, Seth." The line went dead. That's when I noticed the smell: faint plastic, overheated metal. The phone wasn't on the counter anymore. It was sitting on the floor, exactly where I'd smashed it days ago. Unbroken, screen intact. The same chat thread was open. One new message. "You can't stop transmission." And below it, faintly glowing. Sending. I remember the first time the phone rang after the message that never sent. It wasn't a sound that startled me. Not really. It was more like the echo of something familiar that I had forgotten belonged to this world. I was half asleep, my thoughts turning over like silt beneath a dark current, when that soft vibration hummed through the silence. It came not as an interruption, but as a continuation of something that had never truly stopped, the way waves never really end, only fold over themselves again and again. The screen glowed weakly beside me, the same frozen message still caught mid-send. the same trembling dots pulsing as though they were breathing. For a long time, I just watched it, feeling the slow ache of recognition settle into my chest. I had almost begun to think it would never change, that the message would remain there forever in its half-born state, neither forgiven nor forgotten. But then, beneath it, something shifted. The line that had read sending blurred, dimmed, and then disappeared, leaving behind a new one. It said, quietly, as if whispered through glass, "Delivered." I didn't move. My first thought wasn't relief, or fear. It was something smaller, sadder, like the sound of a door closing 2 rooms away. Delivered. That one word, so final, and yet so uncertain. To where exactly? To whom? I had thrown the phone against the wall days ago. The screen had cracked like ice beneath a boot. And still, here it was, whole again, breathing in the dark. The air around me felt heavier, full of a sound too low to hear. It was as if the night itself had leaned in closer, listening. My reflection in the black glass of the window seemed to shift with the faint light of the phone, and for a moment, I thought I saw her, Jenna, standing where I should have been, her face pale, her eyes wide and searching, as though she too had just received a message she couldn't understand. I told myself it was only exhaustion, that this was the shape of guilt, a hallucination made of sleepless hours and the unbearable repetition of regret. I had spent days rehearsing apologies I could never send, replaying the moment before my thumb pressed send, trying to imagine that there was still a way to take it back. But the message had been sent now. It had gone somewhere, and that somewhere had replied. The sound came again, another vibration, softer this time, almost shy. I turned the phone over, expecting the same empty notification, the same silence that had followed every attempt before. But there it was, glowing faintly, waiting for me. One new message from Jenna. My heart did not race. Instead, everything inside me seemed to slow, like I was sinking into water too cold to breathe. I opened it. The message was short, only a single sentence, but reading it felt like touching something electric and sacred. It said, "Do you remember what you wrote before you fell asleep?" Before I fell asleep. The words curled around me, soft and poisonous. I wanted to reply, to ask what she meant, to tell her that I hadn't slept properly in days, that I hadn't written anything since that night. But the cursor blinked like a heartbeat at the edge of the message box. And when I began to type, I realized the letters were appearing on their own, slowly, carefully, as though guided by a hand not quite mine. The screen spelled out, "I didn't send it." And then, without waiting for me to stop it, the message sent itself. The phone dimmed, then brightened again, and I saw her reply almost instantly. "You did. You've been sending it every night." I stared until the words blurred, until the glow became a pale reflection on my skin. Somewhere in the apartment, something shifted, a small sound, like a step or a sigh. I told myself it was the refrigerator, or the wind, or the settling of old wood. But there was a rhythm to it, soft and deliberate, like someone walking slowly, barefoot, through another room. When I looked up again, the phone screen had changed. The conversation had expanded, not downward as it should have, but outward, across the screen in branching threads of text. Each line repeated my own words in fragments, rearranged and rewritten, as though the phone was trying to remember something it had once known. I didn't send it. I didn't mean it. I didn't sleep. I didn't stop. Each phrase flickered, fading in and out, until they filled the entire screen, a field of sentences whispering the same apology in infinite variations. I dropped the phone onto the bed, but the light didn't fade. It glowed through the sheets, through my hands, a quiet pulse that matched the rhythm of my breathing. And then, beneath it all, another vibration, deeper, slower, like a second heartbeat that wasn't mine. I picked the phone up again, and there it was, a new message, but not from Jenna this time. The contact name was blank. No number, no profile picture, just an empty space, as if the sender had been erased. The message read, "You asked for her forgiveness. She gave it, but you kept typing." I didn't understand. I didn't remember typing anything after that night. And yet, scrolling upward, I saw hundreds of messages, thousands perhaps, written in my own words, but strung together in ways that didn't make sense. Some were fragments of memories, others entire paragraphs from my old journals, Things I had written years ago and forgotten. There were things I had never said aloud. Small confessions, stray thoughts, fears I had never given shape to. The phone had taken them, woven them into something endless, something alive. And then, another message appeared, again from Jenna's name. I read them all, everyone. But you didn't stop. Her words came slowly, one by one, as if the signal itself were breathing. I wanted to stop reading, but there was something magnetic about it, something intimate and terrible. She wrote again. I thought you were just angry, but now I see you were remembering. Not me, yourself. Outside, the night had grown still. The hum of the city was gone. The distant traffic had faded, and all that remained was the faint buzz of electricity from the charger plugged into the wall. I sat there, watching the phone pulse with messages that were both mine and not mine, and I realized that somewhere between the first and last word, I had become part of the device itself, another memory stored in its endless circuitry, another voice whispering into the void. I wanted to call her, to hear her real voice, to remind myself that she still existed beyond this screen. But when I dialed, I heard only static, and beneath the static, faintly the sound of my own breathing. Then, a voice not hers, not mine, but something in between said quietly, "You don't need to send anything anymore. It's all been sent." The call ended, and the phone went dark. I sat there, in the quiet, feeling the stillness settle into my bones. The screen no longer glowed, but I could still feel it pulsing faintly in my palm, like the memory of a heartbeat. I knew that somewhere in its circuits the messages were still moving, still unfolding, still reaching out across the dark. And somewhere, someone was reading them. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was the part of me that had been waiting for this moment, all along, the part that wanted to be known, no matter how much it hurt. I didn't check the phone again that night. I lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of 1,000 unsent words pressing softly against my chest. And as I drifted into that half-sleep between guilt and forgetting, I thought I heard the faint sound of keys being pressed, slow and steady, from somewhere just beyond my reach. Each keystroke felt like a breath, each pause like a heartbeat, and in that rhythm, I realized something simple and terrifying, that maybe the message was never meant for her. Maybe it was always meant for me. There is a certain hour of the night when silence feels alive, when even the smallest sound, the breath through a vent, the settling of a floorboard becomes something deliberate, like the house itself is listening back. It was during that hour, somewhere between 3 and 4, when I woke again. I don't remember falling asleep. I only remember the dream, if it was a dream at all, a screen glowing in the dark, a reflection of my own face that wasn't quite right, smiling when I didn't. The room was dim, colored only by the faint blue cast of the phone on the nightstand. I hadn't touched it since the last message, but it pulsed softly, like something breathing through glass. I turned onto my side, half dreading what I might see, half aching to know. The lock screen flickered awake before I even reached for it, as though it had sensed my hesitation, and there it was again, the chat. Only this time, there was something different. The background had changed. Where before it had been the muted gray of every app, now it was darker, with faint shapes moving beneath the text bubbles. At first I thought they were shadows or smudges on the cracked screen, but the longer I watched, the more they began to resemble something human, outlines, gestures, small movements that matched my own, but half a second too late. The messages themselves were familiar, lines I had sent and received. Apologies, questions, please. But as I scrolled, I saw them begin to double, one line written above, the same line mirrored below, reversed as if reflected through glass. The words still made sense, but they weren't quite mine anymore. I typed slowly, almost afraid of the letters appearing. "Who is this?" The reply came before I could set the phone down. "You know who it is. Look closer." For a moment, I thought of Jenna again, her quiet voice, her tired eyes. The last time I saw her face lit by the glow of a streetlight before everything fell apart. But the longer I stared at the words, the more I felt a strange familiarity that went deeper than memory, something buried beneath the surface of language itself. The shapes behind the text moved again, aligning, sharpening, until I realized what I was seeing. It wasn't just movement, it was me, my reflection, staring back, hands in the same position, head tilted at the same angle. But there was something wrong with the expression. The eyes were a little too dark. The mouth didn't close when mine did. I should have looked away. I should have dropped the phone, turned on the light, done anything to break the rhythm that had begun to pulse between us. But instead, I felt myself lean closer, drawn to that slight delay, to the way my reflection seemed to be breathing through the cracks in the glass. Then the words appeared again, typed slowly, deliberately, as if the reflection were speaking them. "You've been talking to yourself for a long time, Seth. You just didn't realize I could hear you." I didn't reply, but it didn't matter. The typing dots appeared again, and the reflection smiled faintly, the movement lagging just enough to make me feel like the room had tilted sideways. "You wanted her to forgive you," it wrote, "but you never asked if you deserved to be remembered." The phone dimmed slightly, the battery nearly gone, and in that soft half-light, the mirrored version of me leaned closer until his face filled the screen. The texture of the glass shimmered where our gazes met, like a thin sheet of water rippling between two worlds. I whispered, not out loud, but somewhere deeper, in the quiet space between thoughts, "What are you?" The answer came slowly, letter by letter, as if it were being dragged through static. "I'm what you delete." The sound that followed wasn't quite a notification, not the familiar ping of a message, but something lower, a resonant hum that made the air in the room tremble. The walls seemed to draw closer. My reflection blinked once, twice, and then smiled again, wider this time, like he had been waiting for me to understand something I hadn't yet dared to admit. The messages began to flood the screen again, fragments of conversations I had erased, every unsent text, every apology rewritten in my voice. They cascaded upward, lines upon lines of words that felt more like breathing than language. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I love you. I didn't mean to." On and on, a digital litany of remorse. I reached to turn off the phone, but the power button did nothing. The glow persisted, and with it, the reflection continued to move, now slightly out of sync, lips forming words faster than they appeared as text. I realized with a slow, cold dread that it was no longer responding to what I typed. It was speaking to something else entirely. The light from the screen began to flicker softly across the mirror on the wall opposite the bed, and for a moment, the two reflections, mine in the glass and mine in the phone, overlapped. And then, impossibly, they didn't match. In the mirror, I sat perfectly still. In the phone, I watched myself raise a hand. The hand on the screen pressed against the glass, palm open, a silent echo of a gesture I hadn't made. The mirror caught the light, and suddenly I could see two versions of the same room, one in the reflection, still and dim, the other in the phone, darker, deeper, almost underwater, and from that darker space, the mirrored version of me began to write again, even though I hadn't touched the keyboard. "Do you want to see where I send them?" The words scrolled slowly, each letter lingering as though it were being carved into the glass. The messages that never send. The ones that fall between seconds. The ones that drift in the signal, waiting for someone to read them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The air around me felt thick, charged, like the space between two electrical storms. I whispered again, not sure whether I meant the question for myself or the reflection. "Where do they go?" The reply came, a single sentence, heavy and infinite. "They go where we do when no one answers." The phone dimmed, then went black, and the reflection vanished. But in the mirror across the room, I thought I saw the faint outline of a light still glowing, a tiny rectangle of pale blue held in a hand that wasn't mine. I turned off the lamp, hoping to smother the illusion in darkness. But even then, as my eyes adjusted, I could still make out the shape of that glow hovering faintly within the glass. It pulsed once, twice, like a slow heartbeat, and then faded. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling again, and in the quiet between breaths, I began to hear it, a faint tapping sound, like fingers brushing across glass from the other side. Not frantic, not threatening, just steady, patient, as if waiting for me to tap back. And I think that's when I understood. The reflection wasn't haunting me. It was calling me. It's strange, the things you start to notice when you stop trying to sleep. The faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. The whisper of the building's pipes expanding in the cold, and beneath it all softer than breath that sound again. The tapping, slow, measured, like a code sent from somewhere far away. For nights, I told myself it was nothing. The house settling, the echo of my own heartbeat. But now, When I listen closely, I can almost hear rhythm in its short, long, short, like someone knocking from the other side of a wall too thin to separate the living from the lost. The mirror stands where it always has, across from the bed, tilted just slightly forward as if leaning in to listen. The phone rests face down on the nightstand, dead now, or pretending to be. Its black screen reflects the ceiling, the shape of my face above it, and sometimes, when the air is still enough, I think I can see a shimmer move beneath the glass. It's been 3 days since the last message, 3 nights since I turned the mirror toward the wall. And yet, no matter how I position it, no matter how many times I tell myself it's over, I still wake to find it facing me again, perfectly aligned with the bed, waiting. Last night I dreamed of the signal. It wasn't light or sound, not exactly, more like an ocean made of echoes. Every voice that had ever tried to reach out and failed was suspended in it, repeating forever in waves of static. I floated there, weightless, surrounded by thousands of fragments. Laughter, apologies, unspoken names. Some were so faint they barely existed, others loud enough to make the dream tremble. And through them all, I could hear my own voice, repeating a sentence I didn't remember saying. I'm still here. I'm still here. When I woke, the phone had turned itself on. The screen glowed, but there were no new messages, only the same chat, open as if waiting for a response. The timestamp had changed, though. It said now. The message above it wasn't mine. We've been waiting for you to listen. I stared at it for a long time, fingers hovering over the keyboard, heart stumbling against the silence. The mirror on the wall caught the faint blue reflection of the text, and for a moment, it almost looked like the words were appearing inside the glass, spreading softly like frost. I typed, "Who's we?" There was no reply at first, just the faint flicker of typing dots appearing and fading, appearing again, uncertain, like whoever was on the other side had to remember how to speak. Then the answer came, a slow unfolding of letters that felt older than language. Everyone who ever sent something into the dark and never heard back. I didn't understand. Or maybe I did, and didn't want to. Because when I looked at the reflection in the mirror again, it wasn't just my face staring back. There were others now, faint, shifting, like shadows behind water outlines of people half lit by the glow of unseen screens. Their mouths moved silently, as if caught in mid-sentence, endlessly trying to say something that had never been received. The air in the room began to change. Not colder, exactly, but denser, as if every unspoken word that had ever existed was gathering there, pressing close to the walls, waiting to be let in. My phone vibrated once, a short, sharp pulse, and then a stream of messages began to appear. Hundreds of them. Names I didn't know, numbers without contacts, voices of strangers who might not exist anymore. Can you hear me? Is anyone there? Please, answer. We're still waiting. The text flooded faster and faster, blurring into static lines of symbols, until the whole screen was a single, white pulse. I dropped it, but the glow didn't fade. Instead, it spilled across the floor, climbed the walls, filled the mirror with light, and then silence. I thought it was over, but the room had changed. The walls no longer felt solid. The mirror no longer reflected anything at all, just light, moving slowly, like fog under glass. And in the center of it, I could see the faint outline of a door. It wasn't a real door. It didn't have hinges or a frame. It was simply there, made of the same light that hummed through the glass. Some part of me that had been waiting for this understood what to do. I stood, took a breath that felt too loud, and stepped closer. The air thickened, vibrated with 1,000 invisible frequencies, each one like a memory calling my name. As I reached the mirror, my reflection returned, just me again, breathing, trembling, eyes wide. He smiled faintly, almost sadly, and lifted a hand. I mirrored him, palm to palm through the glass, and for the first time, the surface felt warm. The phone buzzed once more on the nightstand. I turned to look. One final message had appeared. You don't have to send anything anymore. I looked back and the reflection was gone. Only the door remained. I don't remember deciding to move. I only remember the sound, the low hum rising into a tone too pure to be fear, the sensation of being pulled forward, softly, as if gravity had shifted. The glass rippled, the door brightened, and then the light folded inward, swallowing everything. When I opened my eyes, I was somewhere else. A room without walls, filled with faint blue light. 1,000 tiny points flickering like fireflies in fog, each one a message, each one a voice whispering across an invisible signal. They floated around me, gentle and patient, forming patterns that felt almost human. I reached out to touch one. It pulsed, glowed brighter, and I heard a voice, Jenna's voice, soft and distant. "It's okay now. You're not alone." I wanted to answer, but the words dissolved before I could speak. The light shifted again, wrapping around me like warmth, like static that feels almost like music. And then, through the hum, I heard it, the same rhythm that had followed me for weeks. The tapping. But now it was all around me. Not as a warning, but as a heartbeat. For the first time, I realized it wasn't something knocking to be let in. It was the world knocking back. It had been listening all along, and now, it's quiet again. The voices have faded, the echoes have stilled, and the night feels a little emptier for it. Perhaps you're still awake, tracing the edges of the stories in your mind. Or perhaps you've already drifted somewhere else, somewhere softer, somewhere that hums just beyond the reach of waking thought. If you listen closely, though, in the space between breaths, you might still hear them. The soft reflection that shouldn't move, the door that never really closed, the low hum of an engine that doesn't exist, the blueprint sketched on the inside of a dream, and the message that keeps sending itself into the dark. These stories, they don't haunt you because they're real. They haunt you because somewhere, deep down, they feel like something you once forgot. That's all memory is, after all. A house with too many rooms, too many lights left on, too many whispers that sound just a little too much like your own voice. So, rest now. Let the quiet settle over you like dust on old furniture. The night is still listening, always listening, and it means no harm. It only wants to be remembered. Sleep lightly, dream carefully, and when you wake, if the room feels just a little different than before, don't look too hard for what's changed. Some stories keep playing, long after the telling ends.